quantum of the investment that is in this room. I can see James Mwangi. What is equity worth? I can see Dangote. What is he worth? I can see all of you. Can you imagine if we multiply what you have tenfold, what it would do for Africa, what it would do for France, what it would do for the world? It would be wonders. And that is why we are here, so that we can draw from you, learn from you, so that we can have consistent policies, predictable policies, very clear guidelines, proper legislation, proper support, strengthening of financial institutions, growing the manufacturing sector. This is why you are here, to lead us in this business forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is looking forward to you. Thank you. We are off the dance floor.
It's all yours.
Yes, I'm going to.
Elle communique pas.
Just now, please. Now?
Okay. Habari za asubuhi. Karibu to Africa Forward, to this forum. My name is Philippe Gauthier. I am leading MEDEF International for the past 10 years. I first discovered Africa 25 years ago. This continent has become, after my own family, of course, one of the great passions of my life. And I have grown alongside its transformation, and all its transformation in turn have transformed me. So what I feel here every time I travel across the continent is a unique energy, is a new generation, young generation that dares to build, a creativity that invents, and innovative spirit that impresses, inspires the entire world. So I am here with my two friends, John and Baidi. Baidi, across the continent, the same energy takes many forms. You know this perfectly because you are the president of Business Africa. Biden.
Thank you, Philippe. I'm here today because I strongly believe that Africa is moving forward, not backward. And as such, Africa has what it takes to exactly do that. I am the president of Business Africa, and within the continent, we have millions of voices that always also are saying exactly that. We want to go forward. As a president, again, as I indicated, my personal and professional life has been always in the belief that we need to implement, we need to impact our environment. And I grew up as a young age within that belief that Africa has to go forward. And to that truth, we have to recognize the role of the private sector to be and to remain the engine of growth, and the private sector to address the issues that we have in the continent, to uplift our population from poverty, and as I like to say also, to leave government to stay in the business of facilitating business and private sector to be in the business of doing business. Thank you. John, we're here in Kenya. You have everything it takes. We listen to you.
Thank you. First of all, it's always good to have all of you in the room. We are home of humanity. We are home of humankind. Welcome to Kenya. But the story I want to tell is a very short story of the dichotomy of how I see it being a Kenyan. Growing up in the rural villages in Kenya, transitioning to the urban cities and trying to reconcile the urban dynamic, which is the speed at which urban cities are moving, and the reality of trying to connect the dreams that happen back home in the villages. And it is always good to imagine what is the transition point, especially for entrepreneurs and business people. And I will tell you, I'm the CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority, and we are the nexus between private sector and government. And one poignant thing that really keeps us awake, or keeps me awake at night, is imagine in a week or in a day meeting a multinational bank looking to acquire a local bank, or an investor looking for a JV partner that he knows nothing about, or a pure greenfield investment that is looking for a home. And because you're in Kenya, our story is we want to really connect the dots. And the dent I want to leave on the stage at the end of my career in public sector is to ask myself, what exactly did we convert? Can we really say we are the generation that is represented here that stopped, talking and started doing and implementing? I believe the challenge of Africa is execution and delivery. And I want to then tell you the urban and rural dynamic I just presented, Philippe, is the one that we have to face, all of us. And how can we grow this story, Philippe?
Yes, John. Exports for France is really essential. 2/3 of our export is going to Europe today. But our real strength has always been our ability to look beyond the borders, and not only to export, but also to invest internationally. We are proud to bring our expertise, our innovation in every country, but you know that in that world, John, we have to choose our friends, we have to choose our partners. So, and we are here today. Here in Africa. Our presence across the African continent is a clear illustration of our ambition. The relationship between Africa and France and between Europe and France is not longer what I think a diplomatic concept. It's entrepreneurship, it's business, it's innovation, it's shared growth, very important, and it's already changing lives on both continents. There is no need for a new narrative. It already exists, and it's right in front of you. We heard the Prime Minister and Minister before, and I think we can feel it here in Nairobi today. So what does it mean to be French entrepreneur? Very short, in a very short story, what does it mean to be a French entrepreneur in Africa? It means sharing common DNA with our partners, the same belief in boldness, the same determination to shape our future, our own future, the same attachment, and it's very important today, to sovereignty. And it means embracing one simple reality: Africa and Europe destinies are intertwined. The great challenges of tomorrow, demography, environmental, food, energy, technology, will not be solved in Africa without Europe. It's what I am convinced. And nor in Europe without Africa. So being French entrepreneur in Africa is not only about coming to sell, but it's co-investing together, sharing risk, creating complementarity partnerships. We should be proud to build shared value chain together in agriculture along strategic corridors through the local transformation of raw materials. So Africa-France relationship built every single day on the ground, in factories, in ports, in airports, in training centers. So being French entrepreneur in Africa means creating a long-term impact. It's what you said, John. Recruiting locally, developing talent, transforming raw materials, creating local value. A few examples, if you look at trains co-manufactured in South Africa. If you look today also on producing TV series everywhere in Africa in, I think, 80 languages, local languages. If you look at many aspects of our life as entrepreneur in Africa, you have still this common value. Building logistics corridor, where also, while also conquering space together. So we have an agreement with Space Agency for Africa. Yes, I have to run. And today, French companies, last word, today French companies represent more than 530,000 direct jobs across Africa, an increase of 30%, 30, the last 10 years. So yes, just building value chain, investing locally and creating long-term impact also requires stronger African private sector, Baidi.
Thank you, Philip. What you're saying is, you're saying the world is changing and alliances are being formed. And Africa cannot be an exception. And for that, we need to address basically 4 issues. We have to handle the issues of access to market. No market, no business. And therefore, we need to put in place and implement what we've been saying for years, the African Continental Trade Agreement. We need to unlock trade within Africa. We need to do the investment that are needed for roads, digital, all of that. We need to do that, access to market. Of course, after the market, we need to access capital. And that's why the initiative that has the African Development Bank with its president, his new vision of NAFA is extremely important. We need to finance our development. And that new architecture that being put in place by the African Development Bank, we need to support it to do everything that we need to do. Of course, government and business environment need to be more stable and more predictable. We need to know what we're going with our governments, because they, very often they change different things while private sectors and securing investors and stuff like that. We do have also the issue of the partnership. While we're here, we're talking how we're going to build that partnership that we need. We all know Africa has the resources, plenty of it. What we're going to do with it. we want partners that come and invest. They come to invest, to transform, to manufacture, not just, come and say, taking out resources of Africa has. And the good partnership is the one who's addressing those issues, and we count that this meeting we're having today is going to be a big step of making that happen. Not just, of course, if you hear all of us talking about the partnership that we need, and I see the Mr. Dangotes and everybody, I think we can assume what we're doing here must be serious. And if it is serious, we need to also, at one point, say, okay, we're going to do different things. And John, I know we're here in Nairobi,
yes,
and I know you have a lot of things to tell us about investment and all of it. You have the floor.
Well, thank you. My points, I want just to make some points around global themes that we continue to see that are really important for business people that we can relate to. And I don't want to talk about finance. You've spoken about it. I will talk possibly about climate and possibly about technology. And the world is changing faster today than it has ever done. AI and technology are changing faster than any law or regulation can adapt. So what that really means is we must really be the agile continent because we are the future. But I want to point out that the African continent, the $3.4 trillion combined GDP that all of us here have, and the nearly 740 million people, young people who will join the workforce by 2050, really presents the real nexus of how this continent is accelerating. And because Africa will have all these enablers by 2050, I dare say that the future demand for the world will be poised out of Africa. The production hubs of the continent will be in Kinshasa, in Lagos, in Nairobi, in Dakar, in Cairo, in Nairobi here. So I want to say what investors used to look for. 10 years ago, they were keen on asking us about land and licenses. Investors today are talking about the cost of finance, sovereign balance sheets, climate exposure, and I'm sure most of you here will relate with this. Climate is no longer now an environmental issue. It's really a business issue. So because that is what business people want today, tomorrow Africans will be asked, who can you partner with? Because today, those are the questions, but tomorrow is, does Africa have the right partners? Investors are looking for the right partners. And I think when all that is done, we can say Africa is done being called the frontier continent. We want to be invested in, we want to wait to invest with people, and I fully resonate with you that we are not going to be the extractive only continent. It's a continent that also does value addition and where we build supply chains. So let me then hand over to you, John, to say, the question is, how do we invest, build together for the long term? What do we need to do?
Well, Philip, if you allow, my call to action is let's move Africa forward. I say my call to action is let's move Africa forward. And moving Africa forward, it means we need to have private sector solution for public sector challenges. Private sector need to be at the center of the thing. We have also in this room so many young entrepreneurs, women, young entrepreneurs that are very talented, that are looking only to be put in place to move forward, to bring with the solution that they have. We're talking about the young entrepreneur. Of course, we have the major one, the champion of the continent, like the Dangote, that can carry also, like different sectors, different young people. We have all of that here. We here in this room also is about partnership. What partnership do we want to put in place? What do we want to do together? Where do we want to go together? And in my sense, we have everything that is needed here. We have financial people, institution, private sector, the champion, the young, the woman, everybody. What we hope is that event is not just going to be another one. It's like we have done this thing, we have done it so many times, but what would be the difference of that one we have? And we count on all of us here to put something forward, going forward, Africa moving forward, to see what we can do together. Thank you.
Yes, John, in one sentence, what do you say to our friends?
My call to action, in a minute, not a sentence, right? Is we must build for the African who is yet to be born. We must decide every deal as if it can defend itself in the year 2050 going forward. We must stop running the playbook of the last 40 years, and we must start executing, and executing now. And to every investor in this room, bring your patient capital, longer tenures, price it right. The risks are de-risked. There are a lot of people to help you de-risk, so that in the build cycle, we can ensure that Africa rewards and capital is for this decade. Bring technologies that you can share with us in Africa. Bring yourself as partners, not visitors. And I'm sure if your strategy is to extract and exit, this is not the continent, but if it's to extract and build value chains and supply chains and value addition here, then this is a continent for all of you. And the African Continental Free Trade Area dream is a good nexus. We are here. We are really adding the missing middle, and we must move together. Thank you.
Yes, to achieve this ambition, last word by Dee.
Well, I mean, we want a partnership that is fair, that is just, that is a win-win, and a partnership on which we can build our future together. Thank you. And move forward.
And we must move the logic. Sorry, we must move beyond the logic of development aid. It's my word. And what lies ahead of us is not assistance, but is really economic alliance. Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Amjambo. Amjambo, mabibi na mabwana. Excellencies, distinguished guests, more importantly, friends, good morning and welcome to Kenya. I stand before you very proud to be home. I stand before you proud to be a Kenyan, but more importantly, proud to be an African. University of Nairobi has many fond memories, probably those that you would not expect.
I think it's much better.
Let's try this one. Okay. I have many fond memories of University of Nairobi. Those memories, fondly enough, typically go back to 5 a.m. in the morning many years ago, where we were training to represent Kenya in various international events. We typically trained 4 hours a day in many cold swimming pools to prepare for these competitions. But what did that teach us? It taught us discipline. It taught us resilience. It taught us how to be ambitious. It taught us to win, but more importantly, it taught us to win together. I stand here also as a proud Pan-Africanist. I'm blessed, my family is Pan-African in nature, and I think is quite unique. I have an uncle I have many uncles who are Kenyans, but I also have direct uncles who are Ugandans. And our family also has been very open to welcoming other Africans into our family. We count as blessed Ghanaians, people from Benin, Liberians, among others. And that has taught us the beauty of being Pan-African, the uniqueness of the tapestry that we call Africa, albeit with its own challenges. I stand proudly here before you running a bank, EcoBank Group, which is present in 34 countries across the continent. That is always an interesting endeavor, and no 2 days are ever the same. And when people ask me, what is it like to run a Pan-African group? And given the French audience we have here, it is the equivalent to how the French would handle 34 different cheeses. They each have their own character. Whether it is Roquefort, which is bold and complex, whether it is Camembert, which is rich and delicate, or whether it is Munster. Those of you who know Munster know that it has got a lot of power and it can clear a room in minutes. But we embrace that diversity and we don't run from challenges. Now, when doing business across Africa, we must confront some realities. There is a very real perception gap about Africa. When investors look at Africa, they think about risk, not opportunity. Risk, but not opportunity. And this is based on legacy thinking, the current world that we are living in. World Bank did a study over 40 years where it looked at sovereign risk, it looked at the perception of risk, and more importantly, it looked at the real default. And what came out clear is that the facts and the figures show a different story than what is typically sold on the streets. It showed that the default risk within Africa was typically lower, and I say again, lower than other equivalent countries in emerging markets across the world. Why is this important that I say this? Is because we must tackle the issue of perception of risk across Africa. There are many investors, many of whom are among us, who are investing in Africa and getting superior returns. And we need to break this perception that we currently face. And why is this important? Because we face much higher risk premiums to doing business. This strangles business, this strangles economic growth. So we must celebrate and recognize our diversity. We recognize that we're not saying it is easy to do business. We recognize there is a lot of currency volatility. We recognize there can be political risk in some of the markets, but we celebrate our diversity. Fragmentation is an area that we also have to contend with, being 54 countries. And I will ask Françoise to talk about how she deals with fragmentation as running Proparco.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. And good morning to everyone. I'm so happy to be here today. I would like to start with on a personal note. As you may know, Proparco is a private sector arm of the French Development Agency, AFD, and investing in Africa is our mission, our expertise. €1 billion per year. My first engagement on the African continent as CEO of Proparco took me precisely here in Nairobi 4 years ago. I can still remember the energy I felt on the ground from our partners, entrepreneurs, financiers, among Proparco's own teams, a shared drive to act, to invest and to build. Concrete initiatives were already taking shape, each one showing that transformation is not only possible, but is already happening. A few weeks later, a journalist asked me a very direct question: are you Afro-optimistic? At the time, my answer was simply, yes, it's my job to be. 4 years later, I think I would put it slightly differently. It's just no longer part of my job, without downplaying the challenges of the continent. But Afro-optimism as a guiding principle based on observation and facts. Over the last 4 years, I've seen tremendous change on the continent. Take, for example, the acceleration of renewable energy, where several African countries are at the forefront now, or the growth of local capital markets, which are becoming powerful levers for financing economies. This is my reality now. This is your reality, our reality. Africa is a continent in motion, and we are here for it today. So what we see, Jeremy and I, from different angles, leads to the same conclusion. Gap is not in reality. It is in how reality is perceived. Jeremy, what do you think?
Absolutely. When you look at the richness of the continent, we have 60% of the world's arable land. We have 30% of the most essential minerals on the continent. We have 17% of the population, but yet we only have 3% of world trade and somewhere in the same region of GDP. We have to break this cycle, and that is what we are working with Proparco to try and do. I will ask Francoise to talk about some of the global realities that we must contend with in this environment as we do so.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's interesting but very challenging environment, what seems to be a never-ending succession of crises, and those shocks are not abstract. They affect farmers facing unpredictable seasons. They affect entrepreneurs struggling to finance their growth. They affect households coping with rising costs of living in a very fragmented world. So what do we do in that fragmented and unpredictable world? Africa is disproportionately affected by those shocks. It has to be more resilient, and for that you need partners. Development finance institutions like Proparco have not only proven to be reliable partners, but they have also stepped up, making a clear case for an ongoing shift of paradigm. Sustainable and inclusive investment enables building long-term, durable, and mutually beneficial partnerships. Investments where financial performance and impact move forward, sustainable, preserving global public goods, and including ensuring that the most vulnerable are not left behind. Within these frameworks, my conviction is pretty clear. The private sector is pivotal to addressing the key challenges of the African continent. And at Proparco, these convictions translate into a very clear strategy. Connect, invest, and scale. And it starts with working with one of the most powerful levers of the continent, African financial institutions. Why? Because they know economic reality. They know the risks as well. They are the closest to entrepreneurs, to corporates, to people. I could not be happier to share the stage with Jeremy today, because EcoBank and Proparco, we invest in MSMEs, we invest in critical sectors as agribusiness, and we promote greater financial inclusion. So, Jeremy, partnerships, tools, frameworks exist. How we do move forward at scale?
So because I see we're running out of time, we as EcoBank have had a partnership with Proparco since 2012. We have done business together worth $400 million, and today we are announcing the next stage of that partnership, and that is 300 million euros to be invested over 3 years in agriculture and agri-development. For too long, we have been known to export raw materials as opposed to finished products. This has to change. We have to create value on the continent, create jobs here by African hands on African soil. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up, I would like to be very direct with you. Now is not the time for talk. Now is the time for action. Now is the time for execution. Now is the time for commitment to action. The global landscape is changing, and the question is not, is Africa investable? The question is, are you ready to invest in Africa? And are you ready to be part of that growth story as we go forward, or will you be left behind? Thank you very much for your attention today.
Well, hello, Louis.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Maurizi. Nice to be with you today.
It's lovely to be here with you as well, Louis. I'd like to just say hello to everyone who's here. It is an extremely large, audience. So it's really a change, I suppose, Louis, from 4 years ago.
Absolutely. I'm very glad to be here, and I would like just to share two small experience, very personal experience. 4 years ago, I was almost alone in the landscape. I left my jacket, I left my tie, I kept my shirt, just to meet people in the landscape because I went to the parliamentary elections. And first of all, during my first political meeting, so-called political meeting,
yeah,
only one people came, only one people.
Oh wow, only one person.
So it doesn't mean that I won't be elected some weeks ago, but some weeks before, after.
Well, I'm not sure if everyone is here for Louis, but it's certainly more than one person in the audience. So I feel like that's a huge improvement already. So well done, Louis.
Thank you. And the second one I would like to share is during my campaign, I met some people, and especially some CEOs, some local CEOs. I used to support them.
Yeah.
And the first time I met him, he said to me, I have two things to request from you. The first thing is to lower taxes.
Obviously.
It was not a surprise, and to lower regulations and so on.
Yeah.
And the second thing, maybe much more important than the first one, is let me go. I don't want to see you if you'll be elected. Because as soon as public sector came in the private sector, it's always a mess.
Yeah.
Maybe he was kidding, I don't know. But the conclusion I made is this guy is now a friend of mine, so there is no worries. But what is important is the relationship that you have and the confidence you can create between people. And beyond the institutions, beyond what we do represent, there is a relationships between people. This is exactly what you do in your job.
Exactly, and I think you make a very important point, Louis. Identity is such an important thing, and sometimes really spending time to understand who you have across the table better creates that ability to connect. And so I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'll try to be short. As you see, I'm a woman. What you might not know is that I'm a mother as well. I'm also a CEO of two beautiful and amazing companies that I'm extremely excited about that actually allow me the ability to have a bit of creative expression. So I may not have art, but I suppose for me, my entrepreneurial exploits are my art. I'm African and South African born. And so when I was born, there wasn't, in the society that I was born, the society didn't confer on me freedom, but freedom was something that I already knew I was worthy of. And so I think sometimes, although our identities are singular and they're individual, it is also true that we stand on the shoulders of so many people who have come before us. And an important person that I want to bring with me here today, who is no longer, is my grandmother. Now, my grandmother, at the age that I am today, at 40, was a widow with 3 children, and actually it was a lot of her decisions that afford me the opportunity to be in front of such an esteemed audience. And so I'm super grateful for that. And through her journey, I now have the drive and curiosity and maybe the restlessness that it takes to be truly a global citizen and have ambition that goes beyond borders. So I also see identity in a different way. I'm a mother, as I mentioned, of a beautiful young 4-year-old boy. His name is Alexandre Kwazi. And in that, you have a wonderful combination of French heritage and deep isiZulu and South African roots. So for me, I think identity matters. I think it's important. If we're serious about partnering and understanding and building together like we are here today to do, we must understand each other. But beyond identity, which is extremely important, it is also our shared humanity that matters even more. But of course, Lou, you know this maybe even more than I do, that our individual journeys are coming together really in a landscape that is quite unsettled and in a world that is going through a lot of structural shifts.
Absolutely, you're right. I totally share what you said. I mean, the world is by definition now uncertain. I mean, the world is insecure and we face different type of crises. I mean, international crisis, energy crisis, geopolitical crisis, and so on. And I would say now it's the normal life.
Yeah.
And what entrepreneurs, what shareholders, what CEO, what employees are facing is the fear, maybe not the fear, but the fact that they are not sure that they can be paid at the end of the week or at the month or at the year, depending on the situation. And what we have to do here, public institutions or whatever, or even private institutions, is to support and to help to lower the risk as much as possible. And the point is not only pushing the doors of embassies, not only pushing doors of ministries, which is, by the way, of course, important. I would say that I come from this world or this type of activities. But still, it's more the question of relationships. Here in Business France, I have the honor to lead more than 1,400 people, and half of them are working, used to work abroad in several countries, in more than 50 countries. And most of them speaks at least 3 languages, French and English for obvious reasons.
Yes.
But also most of the time local language, like here in Kenya or like in several offices in Africa. And what they do is 700 pairs of eyes, and these eyes are very concrete for making the matching between any type of initiatives, between what an entrepreneur wants, what an entrepreneur needs, and what an investor, whatever, or a buyer, or whatever could have and could make the connection. So making the connection, making the matching is very important, very concrete, very pragmatic, and I would say most above all the crises he's facing on.
Yes, that's true. And I do share the opinion that you have. Business France has been obviously instrumental in my own journey, so I do see the value of the work that your organization does. But yes, the global dynamics don't land the same, and that's what I think is quite important. The global dynamics land on asymmetrically, depending on where we sit between those that have and have not. And that's why I think in that particular landscape, it is so important that the solutions that we develop are not just solutions for a theoretical exercise. And so at Brain Africa, we do market research. And we don't do it for the academic exercise. We do it so that we have an in-depth understanding of the people that we want to build solutions for, and so that shows up in our products or the services that our clients then deliver. And even further to that, through Brain Tech, we combine that market understanding, that deep market understanding, with technology. And for us, an area of concern and where we've seen that there is this inconsistent landing of financial instability is really when it talks to climate. And so for Brain Tech, our core strategy is around developing inclusive insurance solutions that look at serving the communities for which impact and instability is more severe.
with the question of jobs. We haven't speak about the question of jobs, which is
We do.
important. Absolutely. The people, they are speaking about why you are here, not only for making export. I mean, export, maybe it's more a reduction of what we want to do, what
Yes.
we need to do. But the question of creating jobs, because jobs is a kind of responsibility in the society, and I know that we need to create jobs here in Kenya, we need to create jobs here in Africa, but also as well as in France. So
Yeah.
the question of jobs and the responsibility that you have in the society is very important, and it does match with what you do.
That is exactly it. So for us at Brain Africa, of course, our vision is to be a recognized leader with insights and really shaping decisions that matter and shaping solutions that will endure. But over and above that, it means that we also allow other people who are as inclined as we are at Brain Africa to also find creative expression in being a part of our journey. We have a big ambition, and our ambition is clear. We want to be able to impact 1 million lives through the inclusive insurance solution that we want to launch. We are early in our journey, so we have a lot to learn. And for that's why we know that we need partnership, we need sponsorship, and importantly, we need an ecosystem and structure that will allow us to build together.
Absolutely. And what is important is a clear conviction that Africa's growth, or even what the world growth, is not, I mean, it's not a dream, it's not a paradox, it's an invitation to have these small meetings. I mean, as I've been appointed by President Macron for now 2 months,
Yeah.
and I met, of course, my team, and I'm very honored to lead my teams. And they said that today I have been called by a distributor, by a retailer,
Yes.
and find me a French company, find me a Kenyan company that could produce this type of service, that could produce this type of product, that does respect all the great values
Yes.
that you mentioned, that you raise for people, for young people, and for the future of our society. So that's basically what is important: making sense, create value, and ensure that we have sustainable jobs. So it's very important, and to share it. So making business, and I wish you a very fruitful meetings, more than 800 meetings that we're going to have.
Yes, excellent. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So, I'm extremely honored to be here. I'm Odile Renaud-Bassot. I'm the president of EBRD, which is an international organization. Je suis aussi française, et donc extrêmement heureuse d'être à la fois avec mon chapeau française et en tant que présidente d'une banque multilatérale. It's also a very specific time for EBRD because we start investing in sub-Saharan African countries. So it's a new journey for us. We are the new kids in the block and looking forward to work with all of you. Before joining the bank as a president, I was at the head of the French Treasury, so working a lot on public policies, how you ensure growth is dynamic growth, how we ensure sustainable growth, but also international cooperation, debt restructuring, European issues, and so forth. And I learned a lot about what policy environment, what regulatory framework, how much this is important to facilitate a private sector investment and to have a vibrant economy. Before starting in sub-Saharan Africa, and when I joined the bank in 2020, EBRD was already investing a lot in North Africa, in Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia. There I measured how much ambition, willingness to grow, and policies together with capital and investment, are fundamental for economies to strive, for creating jobs, for supporting people. We've invested 24 billion in North Africa, and that's why we decided to start also investing in new countries, 5 now: Senegal, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, of course, and Nigeria, and hopefully soon Ghana, really focusing on investing in the private sector. And we've had a start, very dynamic starts already, from projects in cashew sectors to electrification to trade finance with banks, and we look forward doing more. We see a lot of transformation going on in the continent, this willingness to have the private sector at the core of growth model, very significant reform from trade liberalization, cross-border activity to reduction of state-owned subsidies, foreign exchange liberalization. All these elements create a big shift towards private sector dynamism and economies. And we really see this momentum, this appetite, this ambition, this willingness to develop markets, to export, to become the beacon for global growth, and a lot of opportunities. Our priorities in Africa will be on energy and key infrastructure, transformation of agribusiness and moving up in the value chain to develop transformation, manufacturing, and so forth. SME support, because we know all how much SMEs is at the core of economic dynamics, jobs, so important for stability in the countries, but also digitalization, new tech, fintech, and so forth. And in this area, we see, of course, Kenya is a big driver, and we all know about the Silicon Savannah and the big step forward made in fintech, AI, new technologies. But we see this trend everywhere in a number of countries, in a number of places, with new entrepreneurs willing to leapfrog and bring all these new tools and these new technologies everywhere in Africa. So we work, our call for action is to work in partnership. We work with all the MDBs, DFIs. Our first project was with Proparco, but also with EIB and with, as I was mentioning, the project in electrification in Benin, but also investing in bank in Nigeria, investing in telecom infrastructure with other MDBs in Nigeria also, and in agriculture project in Côte d'Ivoire and Nigeria. So a buoyant activities, very steep start, working with partnership with others and working with entrepreneurs, being open for business. That's where we are here for, and so happy to be here today. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning to you all. What an amazing crowd. Habari, Kenya. It's such an honor to be here, distinguished guests, partners, friends. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I am Abdul Samad Rabiu, founder and chairman, Boa Group from Nigeria, and I stand before you today not just with the title, but as a builder. An African business owner, shaped by one conviction, that Africa must not only consume growth, but create it. Over the years, I have built businesses in environments where uncertainty is constant. But so is opportunity, if you are willing to commit, persevere, and execute. I have seen what it takes to move from vision to infrastructure, from ideas to industries, and from industries to jobs that sustain economies. I have built where there was nothing to build, developed industries where none existed, and helped create systems that now sustain thousands of jobs and serve millions of consumers across our continent. And through that journey, one belief has become very clear. Africa does not lack potential, but it lacks coordinated execution and long-term capital at scale. We are operating in a world defined by contrast, where capital is abundant, but not always directed to where it can create lasting transformation. And within this global context, Africa stands at a defining inflection point with a young, fast-growing and ambitious population, vast natural and industrial potential, and increasing global attention. But attention is not transformation, and potential is not progress. From where I stand as a builder, the constraints are consistent. Access to long-term affordable capital remains limited. Infrastructure gaps continue to raise costs and reduce efficiency. And policy inconsistency slows investments and weakens confidence. But we must also be clear about what works. When governments provide clarity, investment follows. When the private sector is empowered, it delivers scale. And when partnerships are built on execution, transformation happens. No single company, institution, or government can carry Africa forward alone, because the scale of the opportunity demands collective execution. The question is not what Africa needs. The question is whether we are ready to act differently. First, execution must become our standard. Africa has no shortage of dialogue. What we need now is disciplined delivery, clear priorities, measurable outcomes, and accountability at every level. Second, we must commit long-term capital with conviction. Africa is one of the most compelling long-term growth platforms in the world. This requires a shift from perception-driven caution to fundamentals-based investment. Third, we must accelerate industrialization. No economy has achieved prosperity without producing at scale. We must move beyond exporting raw potential to creating finished value, jobs, stronger currencies, resilience. Fourth, we must strengthen African enterprises. African businesses must be enabled to scale beyond borders through coordinated improvements in energy, logistics, capital access, and market integration. Fifth, we must build systems, not just projects. Projects deliver progress, but systems deliver transformation. We must build institutions, infrastructure, and policies that outlast individuals and political cycles. Sixth, we must lead with courage and accountability. This is not a moment for incremental thinking, it is a time for decisive leadership, measured not by intention, but by outcomes. And finally, to investors, business leaders, and partners around the world, Africa needs global partners who will engage with it respectfully and follow through with action. This is no longer the time to hesitate about investing in Africa. Every opportunity you pass on becomes an opportunity for another willing partner to invest, collaborate, and achieve strong returns. Africa is rich with credible partners, innovation, and untapped potential. We remain committed to Africa's long-term growth and will continue to invest across the continent's industries, institutions, and opportunities. The moment is critical. The responsibility is shared, and the time is now. We are not here to imagine the future. We are here to construct it. So let us move forward with urgency, clarity, and resolve. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Jean-Louis Billon from Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast.
Good morning, Nairobi. How are you doing? We want to feel energy in the room. Nakupenda, Nairobi. Louder, please. A big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, my grandfather arrived in the Ivory Coast 100 years ago. In 1926, he created a business and my father took over. I am the third generation and we are preparing the fourth one. Just to tell you that it is possible on the African continent to have a long-lasting business. And I have this particularity, being a businessman and also a political actor. Unfortunately, I lost against President Ouattara in the last election, okay? But he was a heavyweight. I have to train again. What I wanted is to make the voice of business sector heard by politicians. We have to be more business oriented on the continent. And this is the battle that I have for years. That's why I was also president of the Chamber of Commerce for 10 years. I entered government and I'm still in business, and I believe that the next frontier of business will be on the African continent. And you, Asnei, what's your story?
Thank you very much, Jean-Louis. Listen, I'm very happy, very excited to be here today. Very excited because met a lot of friends, and very excited because feeling the energy and that a dream is coming true. Because finally, private sector and public sector are meeting to build coalition, partnership, talking together. My name is Asnei Niriji. I'm the CEO of Axian Group. I'm from Madagascar. I'm an entrepreneur in infrastructure and services. We're active in telecommunication, energy, financial services, and properties. We're today the 6th largest telecom operator of Africa with 50 million subscribers. We're the 5th largest fintech player with 20 million subscribers. We're building massive renewable power plant in Africa. we are doing above a gigawatt at present. What is very important for us as an entrepreneur, for me, is that we've got huge potential in Africa. But when we go to a place, it's very important to understand the needs, what is really required in those countries. This is the core values of Axiom. Second thing, we are very much aligned in terms of mutual respect with the stakeholders. And I think that this cooperation cannot happen if you don't discuss, understand all the local stakeholders. Last thing, as being an entrepreneur, our DNA is to be very agile, nimble in our decision-making process, in our speed of execution. So Jean-Louis, tell me now, we're right now in Nairobi meeting amazing people, but we're seeing that the world is upside down. Give us your perspective about that.
Well, you said it, the world is upside down. Every morning we wake up and something has changed. Not long ago, a container from my country to Europe was $1,500. Today, it's around $10,000. It's a huge change, and you have to maintain the prices of your product, and everything is volatile. But we have to run the business in this environment. It's not easy, but we have to do it. And we are processing from the plantation all the way to the finished product. Palm oil, rubber. When you drive your car in Europe, you have a chance that some of the natural rubber comes from Africa. And also, we are in sugarcane. And we transform. We transform. Our market is in the sub-region of West Africa. Thankfully, we have the ECOWAS. It works not so bad, but we still have too many hurdles, too many of them. We're supposed to be in a free zone, but we cross border, we have customs, we have roadblocks. It's difficult all the time.
We know that.
So what we need is politicians to understand how to ease the business, because I strongly believe that Africa is the future. And you?
Listen, thank you very much, Jean-Louis. We're seeing a very, very particular situation right now throughout the world. On one side, we're seeing that the world is in a total mess. War everywhere, Middle East, Africa tension, Europe. And at the same time, the world is accelerating so fast. We're seeing that artificial intelligence is bringing a lot of disruption in our markets, in Europe, in the United States, and it's coming to the shore of Africa. It's going to change a lot of things in terms of employment, in terms of value creation, in terms of knowledge. So many things are going to happen. So that's a very great moment to be in, and particularly for Africa. For Africa, we have to make sure that we'll make the most of this revolution. We shouldn't miss it. Africa's urgency is very clear. Africa's urgency today is scalable, sustainable infrastructure to have digital inclusion, energy inclusion, financial inclusion. Africa's challenge, Africa's deficit in terms of infrastructure shouldn't be seen as a problem to manage. It should be seen as an opportunity to seize, to accelerate the growth on the continent. Today we're seeing that in Africa, electricity penetration rate is below 50%. That's not possible. We're in 2026. How come we still talk about that? Smartphone penetration is still a challenge. So that's also a great opportunity. But we'll not be able to do it alone. We need to build strong partnerships, strong coalition. Let's take the example of what World Bank with IFC and Africa Development Bank is doing with M300 program. That's a great platform. This is a lot to be achieved together. Of course we have problems. Let's be serious. I'm seeing our colleagues from regulators, ministers in the room. I'll be very frank and honest with them. Of course we have the tax man coming and knocking at the door and saying, sir, You know this. What is my predictability about that? Of course, the cost of capital, I'm looking at my banker's friend in the room. Cost of capital is always too high, but we'll find solution. Of course, we have so many issues. But Jean-Louis, tell me one thing now. What do?
We have to talk to the political class.
Agreed.
And tell them that business is creating wealth, and development of our country will go through business. A developed country is an industrialized country. You cannot make it if you don't transform. You cannot make it if you don't have business champions in your own country. And you have to protect them, you have to support them, you have to help them. Don't get me wrong there. The US is doing the same, Europe is doing the same, Asia is doing the same. In Africa, we have to support our business community. And don't think that you have to produce African champions, to create them. No, they are already there. You don't create them. You have to identify them because they are already there. They just need you, your support, and the ecosystem that you have to implement to have sound business, profitable business, long-lasting business, because as I said, Africa is the future, is the largest continent on earth, and it's the youngest one, and it's the future market. The big game will be played on this continent tomorrow.
Jean-Louis, thank you very much for your inputs. For me, what is very important today in the coming days, let's not continue and make the case about Africa. Let's stop to say it's a land of opportunities, of potential. We have now to talk about execution. We have to talk about action. What we need today, according to me, what we need is bold decision. What we need is willingness from governments, from businessmen, commitments. We need, the continent deserves massive investment. I see my dear friend Aliko in the room. When Aliko started its refinery project in 2006-07, he didn't say, I'm going to do blah, blah, blah. No, he said, I'm going to build the largest one. And he did so. A big round of applause for an amazing entrepreneur in the room, my dear brother Aliko Dangote. Hats off to you for what you're doing, Aliko, from the bottom of my heart. When my friend Abdul Samad is bringing his investment, same thing, bold decision. We have to be big, we have to think big. Second thing, speed of execution. Let's stop discussing, let's act, let's just not wait. Third thing, my dear friend, colleagues, ministers, honorable ministers, regulators, let's stop now, let's cut the bullshit. Let's be very serious. We are there, we're here to invest, we're here to accelerate. The money is there, the DFIs are there, the banks are there. What we're just waiting from you is that we stop sometimes with this stupid regulation. Why, for example, in telecommunication, it has been transformational because regulation opened all the barriers. But right now in energy, you can just produce, you cannot transport, you cannot distribute. Why? That's very important. Please listen to us. That's key. Thank you very much. One last thing. I have a strong belief, a strong commitment that Africa can, Africa will, and Africa must. Thank you very much.
Africa forward. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Nairobi Jumbo. Well, that was actually the conclusion. Afrique can, Afrique will. on Africa must. That was not a conclusion, that was an introduction. I tell you, it's always good to be back in Nairobi. Well, I have to share with you a story. I invite you to rewind in time. In 1999, last century, most of you young people in the room were not born. And I came here, I was living in Africa at that time, working for Schneider. And I created the first office of Schneider in East Africa. And we've not stopped investing, and have not stopped coming here in East Africa and in the whole Africa to develop partnerships on our presence. To tell you why we are here in Africa, we are in Africa because what we do at Schneider has even more sense in Africa. Share a story. A few years ago here in Nairobi, the teams came to me and to us, and they proposed a project. And it was about a clinic. And that clinic had the good equipment. But because electric power was not stable, then they couldn't store medicine. And women didn't dare to come to the clinic to deliver babies because they wouldn't know if power would be available at the time they would deliver. So we did the project, a small grid, microgrid, with solar and with batteries, which made the power stable and reliable 24/7. And since then, vaccine is available in this clinic, and women come to deliver babies. And this has reinforced when I left Africa and went to Paris to become the CEO of the company and to the chairman of the company. That was more than 20 years ago. I came to the leadership of the company with one very strong conviction, that energy is a fundamental human right. And actually, access to energy is a passport to a decent life. It's actually the passport to progress. And when you get access to energy, you get also access to digital. And digital is another passport. It's the one to education and economic inclusion. So when you get access to your first energy, then you get access to progress, to education, and to economic inclusion. And from that, we built Schneider with a mission to develop technologies to offer progress on sustainability for all, to everyone, everywhere, and at every time. On which other country is the best example for progress on sustainability? Kenya is a super young country. Average age is below 20 years old. People are hungry for progress, for prosperity, for success. And at the same time, the fantastic nature here reminds us every day of the imperative of sustainability. So when you look at what's happening here, Schneider has been an actor for the past 30 years, since I created Schneider in Kenya. On Kenya, what I love, it's not a place where there is only an ambition and a plan. It's a place which is executing on the ambition. 2013, only 37% of the people had access to energy. Today, 80% of the population has access to energy, which is an incredible progress. Plus, 90% of this energy is clean, coming mostly from geothermal and hydro. So Kenya has created the base for energy to support the development of economy. Now, zoom out to the whole of Africa. Schneider is the world leader in energy tech, and I can tell you that Africa will be the epicenter of energy for the next 25 years. 600 million people don't have access today to energy. The next 1 billion people will be born in Africa. That is both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge is the scale, the magnitude of what we have to build here together. But the opportunity is that there is no place in the world that will build more cities, more industries, more technology, more data centers, more AI, because Africa is digital native. People are young, and we want here to benefit from the power of AI. So When you look at my industry, which is about technology, this acceleration of Africa is coming just at the juncture of two revolutions in the field of technology. The first one is AI in the field of digitization. Look back at the past 15 years. IoT, big data, digital twins came to maturity, and now you can inject at every level artificial intelligence. On the electric side, used to be one way to do electrification, and now you've got renewable storage, which means you can be decentralized, you can be on spot of every application. So Africa must leapfrog. It must put in place solutions which have never been deployed before. Places which are digitized from the power plant to the plug, a connection that was not existing, on energy systems which are mixing fossil, renewable, centralized, decentralized, on intelligence at every level. On that Schneider, we accompany Africa not only on the clinic I was mentioning. We do here the largest and the most advanced data centers like IX Africa here and ICORO here in Nairobi. We do here the most advanced refineries, pipelines, like at the moment in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Nigeria, with Dangote and with other companies. We support the digitization and the decarbonization of cities all over Africa. The most important challenge here, if we want to deploy technologies, will be, as always, people, which is the foundation of every transformation. And I'm happy to announce you that, number one, this week I'm going to be inaugurating our new office here in Nairobi. And number two, we're going to be signing with this university, among other universities in Africa, a massive program of energy transformation and energy lab to train the next generation on the existing professionals to the newer technologies. So it's all about partnership. In this room, we are all engaged to the transformation on this massive acceleration of Africa. Be sure of one thing, Schneider wants to be your energy tech partner in this transformation. Thank you. Asante sana.
Bonjour and Jumbo. I'm Stavros Nikolaou, and I'm in the healthcare business. When people ask my kids, what does your dad do for a living? They say, my dad sells drugs for a living. That's one way of looking at it. But what I do, ladies and gentlemen, for a living, I save lives every single day, and I improve the quality of life of all people who live on our planet, but particularly in this continent. My company is Aspen Pharmacare. We are Africa's largest pharmaceutical company. We also are Africa's largest investor in France and the largest pharmaceutical investor on the African continent. I want to share a story with you. During COVID in 2020, Africa could not access vaccines and critical pharmaceuticals. Unnecessary African lives were lost, livelihoods were lost, and for the first time we became aware as a business community the need to have health security on our continent. We produced, as Aspen, the first COVID vaccine produced here in Africa by an African company. We were the first in the southern hemisphere, the first in Africa. But however, our continent still remains one that is heavily reliant on imports of its pharmaceuticals, of its critical medicines. Today, The AU-France summit and Forward Africa is very much about how we harness these partnerships so that we in our lifetime can give Africans health security. Africa shares 25% of the global disease burden, but yet it only has 15% of the world's population. Africa in 2050 will be 25% of the world's population. We will have a youth dividend. But how does that youth dividend work out? Will it be a youth dividend that doesn't at all reduce the poverty gap, the debt burden, or is it a youth dividend that will escalate and rise to the heights that we expect them to? This can be achieved through industrialization. No better sector to industrialize than the pharmaceutical sector. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, we have achieved this at Aspen. Today, Aspen is the world's largest supplier of general anesthetics in the world. So we should never doubt ourselves as Africans that we cannot achieve these things. Because as I said to you, outside of the United States, Aspen is now the world's largest supplier of general anesthetics. And these are sophisticated products. I want to share another story with you. During the height of the HIV crisis in 2000 in South Africa, we were losing 350,000, mainly young South Africans. We were facing economic catastrophe. The drug prices in those days were $15,000 per patient per year, clearly unaffordable, inaccessible to most Africans. Through partnerships like the ones we are discussing today, we were able to bring the prices from $15,000 to $180, ladies and gentlemen. Hundreds of thousands of African lives were saved. We can achieve these things through partnerships. Now let me end off because I need to make a commitment today. So what is it that I'm committing? Aspen is committed to strengthening the partnership between France and the African Union through the following. We will continue to grow our business in France. We have a very important manufacturing facility. We make a number of important medicines for Europe and the rest of the world. And we will commit also to the manufacture of critical vaccines, which you will start seeing rolling off our production lines in the next few months. We commit to producing insulin for the continent. We have a problem with diabetes in our continent. It's a massive problem. It will overtake HIV. And lastly, we commit to also considering these weight loss products, the GLP-1s, for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa deserves health security. Africa deserves its own pharmaceutical independence. Please join me in this partnership to achieve exactly that. Thanks very much. It's been a great pleasure.
Nobody can go you, my woman. Nobody come close to you, my woman. You're so beautiful. If you leave me, I'll cry a river. If you leave me, I'll kill the deer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dhaneshwar Damri, the Minister of State for Finance of Mauritius, and I'm accompanied by my very dynamic Minister of State for the Blue Economy and our very efficient French Mauritian ambassador to France. During the inaugural ceremony, the Prime Cabinet Secretary of Kenya and the Foreign Affairs Minister of France asked for Africa to dance forward together. And I'm pleased to tell you that Mauritius has joined, and will even lead the dance in certain sectors. Dear friends, I'm really humbled to be here today because before joining politics, I was an entrepreneur. I have been an entrepreneur in data center tech, in cloud tech, in payment tech, in the continent of Africa. So I understand the challenges faced by entrepreneurs. I understand the aspirations, the difficulties. I understand the frustrations. And now I'm on the policy side. I'm in government. And the role of government is to facilitate entrepreneurship. The role of government is to make sure that the private sector participates in the economy of the country. Now, being on the policy side, Mauritius faces certain problems, certain issues, and the whole continent faces those issues. Amidst the internal and external risk and shocks, we all face severe fiscal deficits, severe debt repayment problems, and limited fiscal space. And this is where governments need the private sector. When I was in the private sector, I was driven by creating value for my enterprise. When I'm in the public sector now, I'm driven by a higher purpose, that of creating jobs and inclusive growth for our people. And my call to action is very simple. I'll make two calls to action to the continent. The first one is that the continent needs, amidst our diversity, we need to be unified in our economy. Governments should facilitate this unification. Let's say the African Free Trade Continental Agreement, international protection agreements, double taxation avoidance treaties, the COMESA, the SADC, economic blocs, and all the policymakers who are here at this conference, I'm sure we can advance this agenda together. The second is I'd like that every country, the economy of Africa is a global value chain, and every country should focus on its strength. Mauritius has two strengths. Firstly, we are a de-risking center for digital finance and climate finance into the continent. Secondly, we are an enabler, a force multiplier for digitalization led by AI. These are our two strengths. We are a force multiplier for the blue economy. Although we are a small country, we have a lot of potential, and we have a catalytic role to play in the growth of Africa and in the creation of jobs and inclusive growth. That's our mandate. I want to double my GDP the quickest. I want to create more jobs. I want to reduce poverty. I want to eradicate drugs. That's what every policymaker wants to do. So, dear friends, my brothers and sisters from Africa, allow me to call to turn pledges into actions and promises into progress. Let's reform, perform, and transform together for jobs and inclusion. Mauritius will play its role of a de-risking financial center and an enabler in digitalization and the ocean economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please come to Mauritius. The three of us are here at your disposal, and we thank you very much for your attention. Long live Mauritius, long live Africa.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, dear friends, Jambo. My name is Jean-François Falachet, very French name, and I'm the CEO of Eutelsat. Eutelsat, we are a global satellite provider delivering broadcast services delivering connectivity and advanced services to people, businesses, and governments around the entire world. On a personal note, I'm someone who has spent his career building networks, building telecom networks that connect people in countries, across the oceans, across cultures, across reality. And I'm very happy to be back here in Nairobi after 18 years, where I had the great chance to help building the mobile network of Telecom Kenya, and that was back in 2008, so I'm very, very pleased to be back here in Nairobi. Building networks across my career, I have clearly seen that when connectivity arrives, it transforms life. Jean-Pascal Tricoire from Schneider was telling us that electricity is the access to everything in life, and then comes connectivity. Connectivity is bringing people together, it is opening access to knowledge, it is enabling business, and supports development. This is this conviction that is driving me, and this is this conviction that is also driving Eutelsat. Connectivity nowadays has expanded in an unprecedented pace. Yet, at the same time, fragmentation and division are increasing. And in this era of digital, of AI, the internet is evolving in a way that is sometimes separating rather than creating and broadening horizons. In Africa, actually still hundreds of millions of inhabitants are having not access to the world and to the connectivity. And this situation is definitely not sustainable. Because as I was saying, connectivity is really a basic need. Governments are requiring now secure connections. Enterprises depend on reliable and resilient networks, and citizens expect affordable access to the world and seamless access. We have also the pressure that is growing with climate disruptions, geopolitical tensions, and really rapid technological change that are reshaping the environment in which we operate. At Eutelsat, we believe in offering that choice. So who are we? We are combining two different satellite technologies. For more than 47 years, we are delivering media access to people in the world with 31 geostationary satellites that we are operating. Here in Kenya, when you watch DSTV, actually this is a satellite of Eutelsat that you are using. But we are also delivering connectivity with our geo-satellites, but also with a constellation, a low-orbit constellation of 650 satellites called OneWeb that is live, operational as we speak. One of my friends that I met from Ivory Coast this morning was telling me, Jean-François, when are you launching your LEO satellites? We are not launching them. They are there, they are flying, they are delivering broadband services everywhere in the world with flat panels, everywhere in Africa where classical telcos are not, and also over the oceans and in the air for boats and planes. This combination of geo-satellites and LEO satellites providing low latency broadband access is really, I believe, particularly relevant for Africa, where basically terrestrial infrastructure and mobile infrastructure is not yet reaching. And connectivity from satellite is not only coming from the space, from the satellite. It's also coming because we can connect these satellites to the ground, and we have invested heavily here on the continent to be able to cover the continent, and we are very proud to announce that end of this year we will connect actually 100% of the African continent. And let me be clear now about our commitment at Eutelsat. We're, as I was saying, having heavy investments in the continent in many countries. Let me quote a few ones. Nigeria, Angola, Mauritius, Mr. Minister, South Africa, and we are we speak building 2 huge new antenna sites both in Senegal and in Tanzania to cover, as I was saying, 100% of the African government. Let me tell you a few words about our engagement, which is the most important to my eyes, about people. We have also connected through our satellites in Africa, on the continent, more than 1.3 million people. And we aim, thanks to the support of the European Investment Bank and to the European Commission, to connect 2 million more people, 2 million more villages with very, very affordable, sustainable, solar-based energy, Wi-Fi bubbles that we are developing in more than 15,000 villages. This is obviously not alone that we are doing that at Eutelsat, but with a number of partners on the ground. So clearly, we are here today at Africa Forward. At Eutelsat, we have the satellite technology. It's now operational, working on the African continent. We want to deliver connectivity, choice, resilience. Africa is moving forward. In this continent, there is a fantastic energy, fantastic ambition, and innovation is there everywhere, as we can see today. So connectivity must follow that pace, and we at Eutelsat are committed to being a long-term partner and to serve Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to be with you in Nairobi today. Let me first briefly introduce myself. I started my career in the financial markets in Europe, first in Paris and then in London, where I spent over 15 years. It was a great experience from an intellectual perspective, and I've learned a lot about financial instruments and financial techniques. But a few years ago, when I turned 50, I felt the need to give more meaning to my work and to have a social impact. So I left everything behind and decided to move to West Africa, where I was able to use my financial expertise to serve my continent and have a real social impact. My name is Yedo Ogundele. Thank you. My name is Yedo Ogundele. I'm married and the mother of 2. I now live in Lomé, in Togo, and I'm really pleased of my new life. So this is who I am and what brought me here today. What about you, Abisa?
Thanks, Yedo. My name is Abisa, but before the titles, please allow me a memory. Before joining Atlantic Group and becoming later the CEO, I was preparing to meet Mr. Dosongi, the founder of Atlantic Group, for an interview. But at that time, I didn't know him personally. So I did what any candidate would do. I checked my phone and I discovered that I was about to meet one of the great economic builders of our country, Côte d'Ivoire, and the continent. I will admit, I had a moment of doubt. I told myself, you didn't prepare well. Fortunately, things worked out well for me. But that lesson never left me. Faced with the scale of what needs to be built in Africa, you are never fully prepared. You learn by moving forward. I have a background in finance. I'm a CFA charter holder, and I'm excited and very delighted to be part of this journey, leading Atlantic Group, covering banking and insurance business under the brand AFG Bank and AFG Assurance, mining activities, industry, cocoa, cement, and being present in more than 15 countries. So, Yedo, that is who I am. But now my question to you is, from where you stand today, how do you read the world with all those challenges?
Well, Abisa, West Africa is really a fascinating region. Imagine a region where 2 out of 3 people are under 25. A region full of energy, of ambition and potential. Yes, that is West Africa. But here is the challenge. How can this new generation build their future? Of course, all these young people, they will all have to find a job. But a job is not enough. Without a home, there is no stability, and without stability, there is no future. Today, West Africa faces a massive challenge. The housing gap. It is estimated to 3.5 million homes. It's huge. And even worse, every year, this housing gap increases by 800,000 more homes. This is massive. And when I think about the housing gap in West Africa, an image comes to my mind. A woman, her name is Kai. She is a nurse living in Togo. The first time I met her, she told me, I would love to have my own roof over my head, even if it's a small, modest house. But I know it's impossible. I know I can't afford a mortgage loan to make that dream a reality. I lead CRRH UMOA, which is a financial institution working at making affordable housing possible. We connect banks, investors, and government to help families to access affordable mortgages to be able to buy their house. Our mission is to promote the access to affordable mortgages to population with lower to mid-income in West Africa, and most precisely in the 8 WAEMU countries. And CRRH contributes to the financial inclusion. People who were excluded from the banking system can now have access to mortgage loan in order to buy their house. So housing is infrastructure, the foundation without which no economy stands. So Abisa, what does your window on the world look like right now?
Okay, Yedo. Leading Atlantic Group means looking at the continent through 3 windows at the same time. The banking and insurance window, the mining window, and the industrial window. It is from this last one that the African challenge appears more clearly to me. Let's take the cocoa. Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana combined jointly produce 60% of the world's need in terms of cocoa, roughly 5 million tons. Adding Nigeria and Cameroon add another extra 10%. But the bulk of the value is captured by the rest of the world. By the bulk of the value, I mean the processing, the chocolate manufacturing, and the brand. Last year, things got worse when the price of the cocoa dropped dramatically by 70%, causing harm to the countries and to the farm, while the chocolate price remained at the same level. At Atlantic Group, we decided to do the opposite by deploying capital into processing plants in 2 countries, 1 plant in Cameroon and 2 other plants in Côte d'Ivoire. Our combined capacity will be around 250,000 metric tons. That represents 5%
Control center for Kenya. All of these experiences taught me one thing. There is very few regions offering more economic potential for the next 50 years than Africa because of geopolitics, of its demographics, and as well of its energy. We are living through the most profound reorganization of the Control Center for Kenya. All of these experiences taught me one thing. There is very few regions offering more economic potential for the next 50 years than Africa because of geopolitics, of its demographics, and as well of its energy. We are living through the most profound reorganization of the global order since the end of World War II. A multi-regional world is emerging where nations are racing to control not only territories, but networks. Energy networks, data networks, mineral supply chain, maritime corridors. These are the choke points of the 21st century economy. And unlike the Suez Canal or the Strait of Hormuz, these choke points are energetics and digital, and Africa sits at the intersection of all of them. Africa holds 60% of the world's best solar resources. The Sahara alone received enough solar energy every 6 hours to power the entire world for 1 year. The Congo River Basin has the potential for over 100 gigawatts of hydropower. And Nigeria, Angola, Algeria, Libya together sit atop over 125 billion barrels of proven oil reserves. This is not abstract potential. This is bankable and exportable energy wealth. But here is the truth. Energy potential without grid infrastructure is a stuck potential. You can have the finest energy resource, it will remain untapped if none of them reach the point of consumptions, homes, factories, plants, hospitals, telecommunication systems, and even data centers. The power grids, the transmission and distribution electro-digital networks that transform raw energy into economic activity are the spine of everything. Kenya, here, is already showing the world what is possible. A national grid at 90% of renewable energy, not an aspiration, today's reality. Kenya is proving that becoming a regional energy hub is built on a foundation of bold policies and infrastructure. And it is the model this continent is ready to scale. However, Africa's grid infrastructure reflects decades of underinvestment. Companies in sub-Saharan Africa lose an estimated $65 billion of productivity per year due to power outages. But today, the technology to close this gap has never been more capable, more affordable, or more rapidly deployable. HVDC, high voltage direct current, can now carry power over 3,000 kilometers with nearly nil losses, opening the possibility to connect the solar field of Sahara to the industrial west and eastern region of Africa. Digital grid management systems using AI, artificial intelligence, can now optimize power flows that was impossible even 5 years ago, providing the right level of power flexibility and stability across each country. We are at the moment where Africa has the rare opportunity to build the 21st century grid without the legacy of aging assets. The African Development Bank reminds us that with the right infrastructure, the African growth could reach 8% per annum, adding $1,500 billion of GDP to this continent by 2030. It is really exciting. Already, 40% of African power generation runs on our Nova equipment. 70% of African poor operators utilize our grid technology at Givanova. Our mission is clear: electrify to thrive and decarbonize. Africa is repositioning the world. It is already happening. We are here to build with you an Africa the world needs tomorrow. Faster, higher, stronger, together. Thank you.
On est bon.
Good morning.
Morning.
From as early as I can remember, I always thought and believed that my life had to serve a greater purpose than myself. Growing up in Benin, I was aware of its potential, but also of the many challenges holding it back. I became interested in finance, not just for the numbers, but because of what finance can enable: structure, long-term vision, and the ability to transform ideas into reality. My journey took me overseas to the US, where I had the opportunity to work for major financial institutions such as Bank of America and the US Treasury, and where I was exposed to the global financial system. But even then, I kept an eye on Benin. I was observing, learning, and thinking about how to contribute. But then, the real shift came in 2016 when I decided to move from preparation into action. The newly elected president of Benin, President Talon, gave me the opportunity to join his team to work on improving Benin business climate, to work Benin more attractive for investors. Then in 2021, I was entrusted to lead one of the most important projects in the country, the development of the Special Economic Zone of Glodjigbe, GDIZ. It is a project designed to accelerate industrialization, to create jobs, and to change Benin economy. At some point, commitment becomes a choice. It is not about what you do, but it is about where you choose to do it. Over to you, Maurice.
Thank you so much, Letonji. Today, let's talk about choices. I'm not standing here only as the managing director of CDC Benin. I'm standing here as Mary's Lokoso, a proud Beninese woman that decided, like Letonji, to come back to my native country, Benin, and to stay in Benin and to stay in Africa. I did my studies in France, and I started my professional career in French banking groups. I spent over 12 years before deciding with my husband, who is also Beninese, to come back to our country. In 2017, after the death of my father, we returned to our roots, and this is where I really found my purpose. I started my professional journey in Benin in 2017, serving the public sector. As the technical advisor to the Senior Minister of Economy and Finance, who is now the new elected president of Benin, I was in charge of the sovereign rating and the first international financing. And I spent 3 amazing years in this position. And after that, I moved to West African Development Bank, for more 3 years as the chief of staff to the president of this institution, taking care of the financing of our West African region. In 2023, I came back to my country to respond to the call of my government to take the lead of CDC Benin. And throughout my journey, I acquired a strong conviction, the conviction that our countries definitely need long-term and patient capital to be developed and to transform. This is exactly the mandate of CDC Benin. But before talking about what we are doing in this institution, Let's go back to Letonji. Thank you.
When we look at the world today, we see a rapid mutation happening everywhere. We are moving from a unicentric world to a multipolar world. Global supply chains are shifting. Economic power is being rebalanced. Africa is becoming part of the solution. Benin is crafting its own path toward development. In Benin, over the past few years, we have been building up our economy. And as part of that build-up, we have fully developed the first phase of our industrial zone, Global Bay Industrial Zone, GDIZ, which is one of the largest special economic zones in Africa, 1,640 hectares. Over 20 factories are now in operation. More than 25,000 jobs have been created. This is what transformation looks like. But transformation does not come without obstacles. It must be approached with long-term perspective. Every day, we face the high cost of energy, electricity, and gas. We have limited access to competitive financing, whether it's long-term capital, working capital, or capex. But all these challenges limit our ability to compete globally. So what did we do about these challenges? We decided to take matters into our own hands. We are now investing to create our own infrastructure. We are creating energy infrastructure, logistic infrastructure, and industrial infrastructure, because we believe that industrialization requires execution, coordination, and long-term vision, and most of all, capital.
Thank you, Letonji. This is where capital becomes critical. You may know that our local ecosystems are driven by short-term vision, short-term capitals, and short-term expectations. But our countries in Africa definitely need long-term vision, patience, stability, and long-term commitment. And this is why the government of Benin made a very strategic decision by creating CDC Benin in 2018. Our mandate is clear. We act as the public sovereign wealth fund of Benin. We collect long-term savings and resources and invest them in equity, in public and private projects that are strategic for the government action plan and mainly in the industrial zone. We sustain the vision of the government to transform our raw commodities. You may know that Benin is the first producer of the continent. We also produce raw cashew nuts, and we decided to invest massively with the local private sector and international investors like you in the construction of plants that are now transforming around 13% of our raw cotton production and around 50% of our raw cashew nut production that are exported. But beyond all these figures, I would like you to keep in mind that all these investments allow the country to create jobs, and jobs change young people's life in Benin because we offer them stability, we offer them new skills, and this is exactly what long-term capital does. It changes life. So we are very clear with what we aim to ask you today. We want to attract investors and partners like you in our country, in Benin. Come and invest. CDC Benin is there to de-risk your project with you and to make your journey, your investment successful and at scale. Over to you.
As mentioned by Maryse, industrialization can create impact. And if you believe in industrialization, you believe in transformation. If you believe in transformation, you must think at scale. Our ambition in Benin is to process 100% of our cotton locally and to create integrated industrial ecosystem. This represents billions of dollars in terms of investment, hundreds of thousands of jobs will be created, and there will be a structural shift in our economy. But this is not some sort of future vision. Projects are already running and value is being created. What we need now is scale, speed, and alignment.
And to conclude, our call to action to you is very clear. Benin is the country of opportunities for all of you. So please come. The whole ecosystem is ready to welcome you, ready to assist you, and to make your investment journey successful in our country.
It is no longer about why invest. It is about how fast are you ready to move to invest in Benin. Let's join forces together, choose Benin, let's make impact and thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Pleased to be here. My name is Béatrice Buffon and I am the CEO of EDF Power Solutions. So I have been working in the energy sector for more than 25 years in different companies and different roles. Initially in the development, in the field, I learned a lot from working hand in hand with people, with municipalities to develop projects. And then I worked in the structuring and financing of complex projects. And I can tell you, I know what it takes to reach financial close, to reach final investment decision. I must say I never got bored, because we have always fantastic challenges that need to be tackled, continuous transformation of the sector, and constant changes in terms of technologies. But while the obstacles have been sometimes significant, it is truly thanks to a collective effort and teamwork that we manage to find solutions, alternative pathways, new ideas. To accelerate our ability to deliver projects within EDF, we decided last year to lead a major reorganization. We merged all our international teams and expertise within one single entity, EDF Power Solutions, combining our global know-how in hydropower, solar, wind, thermal, but also networks and storage, all together in EDF Power Solutions to be able to have a global approach to electrical systems. So today we operate in more than 20 countries and we employ more than 8,000 people. In Africa, we are strengthening our development. Today, we operate and build 3.5 gigawatts of electricity projects compared to 500 megawatts a few years ago. We do that with three key principles. First, if our name is EDF Power Solutions, it's because our DNA is to provide tailored solutions to the needs of the countries, of the electrical systems. To do this, we can use our diversified portfolio of technologies. Again, hydro, biomass, some gas, solar, wind, batteries, networks, transmission. All together, we combine these technologies to optimize the solutions we can bring, considering the challenges of the electrical systems. One example, in South Africa, we are finalizing now the construction of Umoyelanga project, which combines solar and wind and batteries to be able to provide stable electricity throughout the day to the national grid operator. Second key principle, always we act in partnerships. Nothing meaningful can be achieved alone. All these projects are developed with governments, investment partners, commercial banks, development banks, financial institutions, construction companies, and local communities. One example, the Nachtigal Hydro Project in Cameroon. It's a big dam, 400 megawatt, that we commissioned last year, so it is in operation today. It supplies 30% of Cameroon electricity consumption. This project became possible thanks to a public-private partnership with the state of Cameroon, the participation of 5 co-investors, so EDF, the government, STOA, Africa 50, and IFC, and a financing pool of 15 commercial banks and international development institutions, all together to make it happen. So it's always a lot of work, but partnerships is key for the success. And third principle, last but not least, we pay close attention to ensuring that our projects are developed with local population, that they are built by local population, and that they benefit the economy locally. We work closely with the communities all along the life cycle of the project. 2 examples. Cameroon. During the construction phase of Nachtigal, 94% of the 3,000 employees on site were from Cameroon, and 60% even from the region of the project. Today, they represent more than 95% of the team which operates the dam. Second example, South Africa. We recently commissioned a large wind farm project, Coruscant. Almost half of the construction costs come from the local economy. Local teams for construction and operation. Local sourcing for equipment like concrete towers for the wind turbines. So it's a very high proportion for wind farm that we are able to source locally. In conclusion, we will continue to deliver structuring energy projects, but with one objective, and I believe it is shared by everybody, to shorten the lead time from origination to delivery. Because population and economies need these projects today and not in 10 or 20 years. We need to move quicker. Let's carry on building these projects all together. Thank you.
Hello, distinguished guests, leaders, change makers, agents of change and transformation leaders, and visionaries. I'm deeply humbled to be amongst you today to share my little story. A story of a young boy who grew up in this proud city of Kinshasa, which today is the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The first 15 years of my life were transformational, falling deeply in love with the land, the beautiful souls, and more so, the opportunity that stood before my eyes. Growing up, I grew up in a land of paradoxes, coming from a foreign family who spent 4 generations in Africa, and more specifically in Congo. In my early days, I came up with one thing that was just a perpetual injustice that I had to live with. How is it that so many people in my country, the country that I love so dearly, have such little means? And that shaped me, and that shaped my philosophy, the way I thought about business, and what I wanted to do with my life. Fast forward, a few years later, I find myself as the CEO of the largest bank in the country. And you would think that a platform of bank is an ideal platform to transform lives, to finance SMEs, to finance gender. And you'll be surprised how much regulation and to what extent banks have been hamstrung to actually commit to the real purpose of what they're meant to do, and that's the alleviation of poverty. So I set out to look at this industry from a totally different perspective. We went aggressively financing over 20,000 SMEs. We included millions of users on our digital mobile banking application, and now we're rolling out digital and AI in order to mass produce economic development, transformation, and changing lives of the people. A mission that speaks very closely to my heart and to my soul. As we look at developing of Africa, there can be no development or meaningful development in Africa without the development of the DRC. As you all know, this country is endowed with immense mineral resources. We look at our river systems, be it the Inga Dam, be it the lithium, copper, or cobalt deposits, or our forestry assets. Africa cannot develop if the DRC doesn't catch up. My sole purpose and my mission is to invite you all to hold our hands, be part of us. Our success story is one I'm happy to share with you. A bank that started with $5 million of capital 20 years ago, today has over $1 billion and $8 billion of assets, and produces revenues of over $700 million a year. So yes, it's possible in Africa, and more so, it's possible in Congo as well. A determined population, smiling people, and transforming lives. How else would you want to spend your time if you could be really building legacies and focus on how you'll be remembered? We invite you all to visit the country, see the burgeoning population, see the investment that's taking place, and join us. Be part of this beautiful story of the DRC. I thank you very much and look forward to connecting with all of you, business leaders and visionaries, as we move forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oui. Je peux y aller? Ok. Oui.
Il faut commencer.
Oui, d'accord. Mais j'ai pris l'option de parler en français, donc ce sera peut-être plus simple. C'est le temps que j'ai passé dans la finance panafricaine et internationale à identifier les mécanismes qui organisent, captent et créent la valeur sur notre continent. Mais aujourd'hui, l'essentiel de mon temps, je le passe à identifier donc aujourd'hui, l'essentiel de mon temps, je le passe à me focaliser sur l'industrialisation de la créativité africaine. Et pourquoi? Parce que une évidence s'impose aujourd'hui à nous. L'Afrique est devenue l'un des épicentres de la création africaine. nos musiques, nos esthétiques circulent. Nos récits traversent les frontières. Nos talents façonnent des générations entières bien au-delà de nos frontières. Et pourtant, nous devons bien admettre que bien que nous soyons au centre de la création, nous restons à la périphérie de la création de valeur. Combien de nos acteurs et nos talents créatifs captent à peine une minime partie de la création de la richesse? Combien de nos acteurs du secteur de la création contrôlent les canaux de distribution? Combien de temps allons-nous assister à ce qui aujourd'hui apparaît comme des visibilités éphémères? Le sujet pour nous aujourd'hui n'est pas seulement culturel, il est économique, il est social, il est même profondément géopolitique. Ce que nous produisons pour les générations futures ne sera pas seulement structuré par ceux qui contrôlent les matières premières ou les infrastructures. Il sera aussi façonné par ceux qui en maîtrisent les imaginaires, ceux qui influencent les désirs, les récits, les références culturelles et les symboles, influencent aussi les flux touristiques, les investissements, la confiance, la désirabilité de leur marque et parfois même la perception du risque. Dans la relation du monde à l'Afrique, la perception a malheureusement trop souvent précédé la réalité. Et cette perception se construit aussi par la culture. Voilà pourquoi les industries culturelles et créatives ne doivent plus être considérées comme des industries à la marge, comme un supplément d'âme, mais plutôt comme une infrastructure de puissance. Et il faut avoir le courage de le dire. Nous avons parfois collectivement sous-investi ou mal investi dans cette puissance qui pourtant est réelle. Trop souvent, nous avons orienté nos investissements vers des modèles économiques qui distribuent une valeur qui est créée ailleurs, plutôt que vers ceux qui créent ici, en Afrique, des marques, des droits, des plateformes, des institutions durables et des actifs immatériels puissants. Nous avons parfois financé même ce qui constitue des éléments de notre dépendance. Investir n'est jamais un choix neutre. C'est un choix de société. C'est un pari sur le futur. C'est Genesis Holding Company. Nous avons fait le pari de nous investir dans cette transformation. Nous avons fait le pari de nous y investir. Nous avons fait le pari d'y investir. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous participons à la structuration de cet écosystème. Ouais. Pour finir, je voudrais que mon message ici soit une exhortation à ce que les industries créatives et culturelles soient maintenant un facteur de développement économique en Afrique et pas simplement des éléments de visibilité éphémères, comme je l'ai indiqué tout à l'heure. Je vous remercie.
Good morning, everyone. Bienvenue au Kenya. Karibu Kenya. We just want a few minutes of your time to talk about building capability in Africa. If we could just have a few minutes, that would be amazing.
Let's do this. Go ahead.
My name is Disha Kopro, and I'm a third-generation Kenyan. I grew up in an entrepreneurial family, and I was deeply shaped by my father, who built a very big business in East and Southern Africa. I was inspired by his courage, his discipline, and his belief in building real African businesses. As the CEO of Redlands Roses, my journey is about shaping my own leadership legacy by drawing on that influence and that inspiration, and by defining myself what globally competitive African businesses can be. Redlands Roses is a premium boutique rose farm located in Ruiru, and we employ 1,000 people. We grow and export the most luxurious spray roses all over the world.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tijan. I'm from Senegal, a bit west of here. I see the West African crowd in front. I've had the privilege of growing up rooted in my Fulani community in Senegal and being educated in France, working in Europe, the US, before starting my company in Africa. And nowadays, as a VC investor, I partner with many institutions in this room to back entrepreneurs, African entrepreneurs. So throughout this journey, I've built this simple conviction. If founders and builders drive innovation, it becomes the engine for change at scale. But here is one thing. I know global tech from inside, and I know global finance from inside. But I've also seen across the continent ambitious African building everywhere. And here is my conviction. I refuse to accept that capital should have less conviction in Dakar, in Kinshasa or Nairobi than it has in Paris, in Palo Alto or in Shenzhen. We need the ambition. But Disha here will tell you from her experience, building from Africa means facing uncertainty, friction. And my question to Disha and to every entrepreneur in Africa is, how do you combine the resilience against this friction with the ambition you have to scale? How do you do it?
So, Tijan, after years of experience, you can become a bit arrogant, and then I would say it's not rocket science. I think working in Africa is all about building operational rigor in your business. So I want to be very clear. I work in the agricultural sector, and we are not some cheap production shop. We're not a factory of flowers. We've actually built a very well-run and tightly managed businesses that rely on processes, quality standards, relationships with international customers. So what does this look like for me on a day-to-day basis? Well, I need my technical manager to manage in varying climate conditions. Quality standards need to be documented, understood, and implemented. Processes need to work like clockwork. So these are a couple of the things that, define capability for me within the African context. In terms of financial discipline, we're backed by private equity company called Adenia Partners. So we have to hold ourselves to financial accountability every month. And what that means is that today I can tell you with certainty where all the costs are in my business, how to manage them, and how to actually save on them without impacting on the quality. And finally, if there are global shocks like the one we experienced 2 months ago, we have to pick up the phone to all our customers and we agree bilaterally how we're going to carry the burden of that geopolitical risk together. So you see, all this to say that it doesn't just happen by magic. It's very deliberate. Building capability is very deliberate.
Well, but then the question, Disha, is how does, are the systems and capital moving fast enough as you're building this capability? Is it moving fast enough? Because my truth usually is it doesn't. As capital, we don't meet you. Actually, I have this beef that we, as a whole world, we are wasting African entrepreneur time. You have to think of entrepreneurs as a very scarce resource. There are not many of them, and their most creative years are limited. And we waste them as they are slowed down by friction in regulation, in institutions, or when capital doesn't move fast enough or is too slow. If you think about it, an African entrepreneur typically will take 2 to 3 years to pilot a project that a founder in the Europe or US will do in 6 months. Because they have the systems, the institutions, and the capital to give them speed. And this is the thing. The role of capital is to give velocity to innovation. Capital, smart capital, that is patient enough to reframe this whole risk, that is bold enough to accept the risk, will give entrepreneurs faster cycles to learn, to test, and to scale. Now, if you look at MySpace technology, we'll tell you that in 2025, about $4 billion were raised by 570 African startups. It's a lot of progress if you compare it to where it was 10 years ago. It's 15 times more. But for a whole continent of 1.5 billion people, $4 billion of investment is nothing. It's not a capital market. What it is really, it is a bottleneck that very few will overcome. Currently, as we speak, every year about 200 new startups get their first ticket above 200K. It's incredibly low if you think about all of the founders and builders across the continent who are unlocking, access to financial services, who are enabling wealth insurance for informal workers, or who, like Disha, are taking high quality African products to the world. So, the question I ask to this room, because in this room there, everybody who's making this happen. The question I'm asking to this room is, how do we bring institutions, regulation, and capital fast enough to meet the ambition these entrepreneurs are reaching for? Disha, how are we doing it?
So, thank you, Tijan, for that. As an investor, I actually have a call to action for yourself. When you come to Africa, well, you're from the continent, so it doesn't quite count. But when you do come and say to a new country like Kenya, understand the operating realities of operating in Africa. Adjust your investment timeframes accordingly. Those are the successful investors, not the smart ones, but the patient ones. Of course, the business still has to make sense. We've got another one who's standing there from Créadev, Tom Rostand. He really understands how to operate in Africa. And I would strongly recommend that he's a very good example of capital that has landed well in Africa. My second call to action is to African businesses themselves. Businesses just like Redlands Roses. Focus on building your capability. How do you expect to get respect on the global stage with really reputed investors if you don't build that capability yourself? You need to build good systems, processes, invest in your people, good financial discipline. These are non-negotiables. And finally, the partnerships that we build, they cannot be purely based on extractive relations. Whether it's a relationship between a government and a business and an investor, or a business and an international customer, those relationships need to be built on mutual respect, transparency, and dignity. And if there's one parting message that I have for the audience today is, let's shift the conversation. It's no longer about African resilience and African, resilience. It's more now the conversation should shift around building African capability. Tijan.
At scale. And guys, I mean, you heard Disha. Capability like the one she has needs capital. Smart capital. Context-aware capital. Capital that will give her the cycles to execute. So, my own call to action, because this is the good news. The performance is already here to attract this capital. Capital just needs to recognize it and match it. I'll give you an example. In technology, only 1.5% of VC-funded companies ever reach $100 million. This is the global stat. In our first fund, Partech Africa Fund 1, we have 4 out of 17 companies that have reached that milestone already. This is not to make it a Partech story. I think this stat should force global capital to rethink the African risk and the African upside. So my call to action to everybody in this room. First, if you are running global capital and you are chasing, I don't know, AI outliers elsewhere, I tell you, you should be looking hard at this continent. You may be missing some serious upside. If you are running a patient capital that has a long-term outlook, I tell you this. The African tech is building the infrastructure for our economy. And finally, to government, because there are a few government people here. Please, don't pick winners. Use your regulation to build the market and the systems for innovation. Mobilize local capital for us. Because the one thing you need to all remember, African entrepreneurs are not waiting, whether they're in Dakar, Nairobi, or Cairo. They're not waiting, they're building, and we need to match them with capital. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be with you. I am Thierry Hébreau. I'm the CEO of the Mauritius Commercial Bank, a Mauritian bank major in our country. We are ranked 10 in Africa. Before joining this bank, a little bit of my history. I was raised in Madagascar. I worked the last 35 years in Eastern Europe, including Russia, in Southeast Asia, in India, in North Africa. And so I have been exposed to different realities. And this is what I would like to speak today. I am speaking as a Mauritian and African banker. I think it has been said already, Africa, it's 600 million Africans who have no access to electricity, but I would add Africa is less than 4% of the CO2 emission. We will be 2.5 billion Africans by 2050. So you understand that if we need to change and to integrate and to include our population to at an acceptable standard of living, we cannot continue to be an exporter of raw materials and an importer of goods, finished products. So that's the topic I would like to address with you. And definitely, when we speak about energy, transforming our continent will need a lot of energy. This energy will have to be a mix between renewable energy, it is essential, but using as well the energy we have at our disposal, which is our energy, which is oil and gas. And we will have to continue to accept a mix between these two energies, working together in order to develop our economies and our societies. Africa as well is a lot of opportunities, as all of you know here. I mean, we have 30% of the resources in metals, mineral, rare earth needed to the electrification of this planet. Africa represents 65% of the available land, arable land in this planet. That should be sufficient to our self-sufficiency food. So the question I have is, why are we continuing to import products which have been done elsewhere or in China from our raw materials? Why are we still dependent on importing wheat from Russia and Ukraine? Why are we continuing to give to outside of Africa our own value chain, our own capacity to create value for our own continent? And there is a topic in this which is, fortunately, I would like to say that some African corporates and international corporates have started this agenda. The most emblematic one I would like to name here is Dangote, who is creating the biggest refinery in the world in Nigeria. And when we think about that, we understand today how it works, helping the neighboring countries in Africa as a substitution of importing refined product from the Gulf. This is very important to have that in mind. The major problem and the major challenges we have in Africa is access to financing, access to funding. Why do we have this problem of access to funding and funding? It's because the main part of funding we don't ask charity here. We need funding. We will pay for the funding, but you need to understand that our transformation is not on the exclusive agenda of climate change. The social, the economy, the change of our societies is a major item in our transformation. If we don't do that, if the funders do not understand that, if they are not supporting us in this transition, we will fail. And this is where we need you. We need you guys, funders. We need to have effectively a partnership between our governments, between the DFIs, between the banking sector in Africa, with the private sector, both international and African, to build, to construct this transformation of the continent. This is the message I wanted to pass today. So we are not here for charity, we are here for partnership and building together the transformation of our continent through its realities that you have to accept and work with. Thank you very much for your attention.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Benga Oyebode. I'm a Nigerian, but a citizen of the continent. I wanted to put a little bit of context on what I am going to talk about today. First, that over the last 5 decades, I've spent a significant amount of my time on the continent, investing, staking my career and all my time on making sure that we can grow business, grow investments, and particularly around the law, but recently more around philanthropy. Let me say that what I see around the world today is geopolitics that's changing. The world is rapidly changing. And Africa's partnerships have become ever so important. My belief is that the response for all of us on the continent is one that should be extremely strategic in the way that we approach partnerships, strategic in the way that we see investment, such that the continent reaps the benefits and the rewards. However, I would like to look at the continent 3 lenses. These lenses are the way I see the continent. One as a founder, secondly as an investor, and thirdly as a philanthropist. So as a founder, I am chairman of the Africa Legal Network. This is a network of law firms across the continent It's a network over 15 countries where we have given advice on approximately $8 billion of transactions. But what is important about the network, and to the firm that I founded in Nigeria over 35 years ago, the law firm of Aluko and Oyebode, is that we set up this at a time when there's no real template for a global law firm in the country. However, we've built firms that have focused on governance, on credibility across jurisdictions. As an investor, I think it's important to look at the macros and how they are trending. They're trending really positively. They're trending in Nigeria where the growth, GDP growth is at 4%, inflation is down to 13%, and net reserves are up to $50 billion. And this is no accident. This is good governance by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In Ghana, a country that flirted with sovereign default a few years ago, we've seen GDP growth at 6% and inflation under 4%. And this is John Mahama doing what he knows how to do. In Kenya, we've also seen GDP growth at 4%. I think it's important that we see that when there are steady hands, that countries grow. I was part of an investment group 25 years ago that invested in MTN Nigeria. Today, there are 87 million subscribers and on the MTN network, and approximately 200 million subscribers across the country. There is a new generation of investors that we're starting to see. This new generation of investors essentially around MoneyPoint, where I am chair of that board, which is valued at over $1 billion. It does 1 billion transactions every month and has 10 million customers. This is not isolated. You can also see that in PhotoWave and Paystack. I also would like to raise the concerns around artificial intelligence, which I think is particularly important. I think we need to be able to build our own models for African health, for agriculture, and financial services. Data sovereignty, as you know, is the new resource sovereignty. Around philanthropy, I think it's important that we note the changes in the world, the Western world pulling out of philanthropy on the continent. But this in itself isn't a problem. What I would like to emphasize is that philanthropy is not the answer. It could stand in breach, but it will not close the gap. And I think it's important for us to put that in perspective. I chair the Africa Philanthropy Forum, where we do significant work around strategic investment on the continent, and I'm also a trustee of the Ford Foundation. Let me say that the problems that I see on the continent are around income inequality and around education inequity. And I think that these issues can only be resolved by continued investment and sustained public commitment. Africa does not need more people believing in our potential. What Africa needs, what Africa requires, significantly, is people willing to bet on the future. And that's what I see today when I look at this room and I see my friend and brother Aliko Dangote, Abdul Samad Rabiu, Jimovia, Aibode Aigi Mokweda. These are people that have put their money where their mouths are. They've continued to bet on the continent. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Good morning all. I'm very happy to be with you today. Who am I and why am I here today with you? I am Xavier Gir, I am CEO of Suez, a world leader company with more than 40,000 people dedicated to bringing affordable and innovating water and waste solutions in more than 40 countries. In Africa, Suez has been active for almost 80 years and has designed and or built infrastructure for water in 80% of African cities. Today, we are active in plenty of African countries, in Senegal, in Angola, in Gabon, in South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, just to list some of them. And beyond that, I am 57 years old, and I have dedicated almost half of this time to waste, water, environment, energy, and almost 100% of my professional life. Leading Suez is not only a job for me. It's my passion, it's my life, it's my way to contribute to a better world for tomorrow and for today also. How do I see the world, trends, from where I sit today? Wars, of course, disruptions, for sure, risks, no doubt about that. But also a strong optimism, a deep enthusiasm, because I deeply believe in science and I deeply believe in joint cooperative action, bringing together public and private contributors, corporates as Suez, bringing technical solutions, and international financial institutions bringing financial solutions. Let's take some examples. We all know that water scarcity is there and water bankruptcy is coming if we do not act. However, all the solutions are there. Smart meters to make everyone know and control their consumption, key milestone towards sobriety, wastewater reuse, to close water cycle, aquifer refill to avoid corrupting the resource, and desal technologies to get access to additional water resources when there is no water underground. We all know that water quality is a prerequisite also and affordable for a healthy and affordable world. €1 spent in drinking water infrastructures saves €6 in all kinds of costs, such as illnesses, loss of productivity, and others. Basic pollutants, but also micropollutants and even PFAS are today massive stake. We provide all kinds of solutions to solve that. From the most traditional ones, inspired also from nature, to the most innovative ones, including low pressure reverse osmosis or activated carbon. Suez has built more than 10,000 water infrastructures around the world. What a track record. Same as regards waste. All the solutions exist, from green landfilling, as we developed in Meknes, for example, to EFW with the highest quality of flue gas treatment, and even CCUS when appropriate, or recycling. We at Suez deliver the best expertise in each of these fields, thanks to our 1,300 experts and researchers, and here in Africa, thanks to the 5,000 people who work day after day to serve with our partners, African countries. This leads to my call for action. We, industrial leaders, to go on investing, innovating, taking risk. Political leaders, to set clear long-term ambitions for infra development and consistent regulations. And financial leaders, with the support of the states when necessary, to bring competitive long-term financing. If one of these building blocks fails, everything collapses. This is our current challenge: overcome wars, disruptions, risks, but also overcome short-term pressure, immediate financial imbalances, to set the appropriate rules, public-private partnerships and financing schemes. In a nutshell, to dedicate together all our strengths to make these infrastructures emerge and bring better perspectives to our children. We really owe that to the younger generations, to give them confidence in the future. Our role as leaders is to nurture the unique energy of youth through optimism, action, example, and to guide them toward ambition, not resignation, towards openness rather than withdrawal. And nowhere is this more critical than in Africa, the youngest continent in the world. By 2050, 40% of the world's population under the age of 18 will be African. This is not just statistic. This is our responsibility. I thank you for your attention.
Oh.
1 what the haters say. Sipping on that haterade, I'm tipsy off that Tanqueray and Alizé, I'm hella paid. Pair of J's on me as I hit the stage, elevate. Toast to the hard work, so every day we celebrate. I'm just a dream chaser trying to reach paper. A few years ago, you know we hadn't seen better, so I had to get up. Hustling never seemed better. I'm fed up, but it won't get the best of me, my nigga. I live a fast life, you can see. Mula team holding down Africa from the east, please. You know we're trying to stack up all the G's. Give me money overseas. Mikey told me had a dream. Luther King, we believe.
And if I'm gonna make it worth it, then I gotta go hard. Got my city on my back. If you feel me, holla back. I do it for the truth, Buffalo. We hold it up when we down. You know we holding it down. We hold it up when we down. You know we hold it down. We hold it up when we down. You know we hold it down. See, I gotta get that dough. Your money in the motor. Mama told me take it slow. What? Keep your options open. Now we be all up inside your TV. With a couple more beanies while we treat them haters like Stevie. Wonder why these niggas bother anymore. T'arrives à trouver Kabungari better know that we swaggy, swaggy, out your swaggy. She's rolling doobies with some beanies in no backseat. But I don't trust these bitches. I don't trust these bitches. Cause they might catch me slipping. But you already know Kemula, that's that if I flow. Yeah, now so we holding it. And if I'm gonna make it worth it, then I gotta go hard. Got my city on my back. If you feel me, holla back. I do it for the truth, Buffalo. We hold it up when we down. We hold it down. Hold it down when we down. Hold it down when we down.
Il est là, on va prendre le temps. Confirmer qu'à la fin, il fait son discours, reste derrière. Et aussi, est-ce qu'il invite quand même Lise et les autres, même sur scène, radio et des... Sinon, vous me le dites là, ok?
Your body come, my body make a cool my tension.
Yes, I remember you. But you're still with Grace? I thought you had... very nice. I cannot. Sorry, I have very small time. Là, parce que...
Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course.
Moi, j'ai pas besoin de podium fort, mais... J'avais mis deux.
Il vaut mieux, comment on va pas commencer. Alors je vous dis, je vais tirer la mienne.
This is not working.
Put my life on pause and follow you where you're going. And if I make you my business, I suffer no loss. Cause I'm in love and it's showing.
It's not working, I cannot hear anything. Ah, yes. Not good though, not good. Louder.
Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind.
Good morning, Nairobi. Good morning, everyone. I see that there's a lot of activity in this room. We will all be distracted by all the celebrities that just arrived. I understand, but we now need to start because we're about to start an amazing session, the creative industry session. So you might be wondering what creatives are doing at a business forum, right? Well, I have an answer for you. Much more than you think. Culture is not just the soft side of the African economy. It is its fastest growing engine. The creative industries already account for more than 8% of all jobs in sub-Saharan Africa. That's more than any other region in the world. And they have the potential to create 20 million more. The creative industries build brand equity for nations. They power tourism, tech, and of course, fashion, gaming, film, music, entire ecosystems of value. But also, even more importantly, the creative industries are what make people want to be part of the Africa story. So that's why Creation Africa exists. This flagship platform has already brought together over 1,000 entrepreneurs, investors, and creators, first in Paris in 2023, then in Lagos just last October. We were there. And now today we're bringing that spirit to Nairobi. So I want to call on stage 3 people who are the embodiment of what happens when you back African creativity with intent. First, Liz Gomez, the director of Mensa, Maison du Monde Africain. Welcome, Liz. And 2 creators who have been receiving the support of Creation Africa, Yara Agbefoa, founder of the Revival from Ghana. Please clap for her. And Dina Velisoa, founder of Red Bucket Studio in Madagascar. Thank you all for being here. So Liz, you've spent years and years trying to get a home for African creativity, a real home with a roof and walls and a budget. And now that Mensa exists, what can it do that was not possible before?
We have to expand that home, and that home has a base in Paris, but it has to happen everywhere on the continent and everywhere in the African world. That's our name. So that's our mission. Our mission is to link the diasporas and the continent. Our mission is also to create tools to be producers. As I was saying, we need to be in front of the camera and behind the camera. We can't just be artists. We have to be producers. We have to be directors of festival. We have to be in charge of our own data. We have to have the pen. And this is what we are creating with Mensa. It's not just about diffusion. It's not just about, giving a space for artists. Of course, we are going to do that, but also we really need them to be actors of their own destiny, of their own, of their own future. It's a question of agency.
Wonderful. And so now we have actually 2 examples of what Creation Africa can do. Yara, you're the founder of the Revival in Ghana, and you're an activist against Fashion Week. But by the way, I hope you're appreciating the outfit. So tell us exactly what you're doing and what this kind of support is allowing you to continue doing.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So basically what we're doing is...
Is yours mic working? Sorry, I don't think you're working.
Is it working? Take this. Yes. So basically what we're doing is to tackle textile waste in Ghana and in West Africa. Ghana has been seen as one of the largest used clothing markets in the world. But then growing up in the market in Ghana, which is Kantamanto market in Accra, I have seen millions of clothes come into the country, but a lot of them go to our dumping sites, destroy our environment, open air burning, air pollution, and our beaches are dirty. So then...
Already? You're not waiting your turn.
I will make order.
Excuse me, everybody. Hey. I'm sorry, guys, but it's impossible to speak about culture, to have people like that super inspired coming here, making a speech with such a noise. So this is a total lack of respect. So I suggest, if you want to have bilaterals or speak about somebody else, something else, you have bilateral rooms or you go outside. If you want to stay here, we listen to the people. And we play in the same game. Okay? Thank you.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is called leadership. All right.
So I'm just continuing.
Go ahead.
So basically, we are trying to turn this problem, which is affecting Ghanaians, affecting countries in West Africa, into an opportunity. And through that, we've been able to transform textile waste into new materials. And currently, we are building a recycling infrastructure in Ghana that is going to expand across West Africa as well. What Creation Africa did was not to save us, but actually is to help amplify what was already happening. We live in a market in Accra, which is the most advanced circular economy in the world, which is built by informal sector, who are the tailors, the repairers, the upcyclers. And these people need to be encouraged, they need to be invested in. So what we're doing is building that community and trying to be able to scale up this from what destroys our environment to actually being something that creates opportunities for young people, especially women. Whatever I'm wearing is from textile waste, but I think I look cool, right? Exactly, and that is the opportunity we could create. And for everybody in this room, the institutions, the investors, the brands, policymakers, I want us to stop seeing African communities as just recipients of the solution, but rather should see us as co-authors of the solution and co-authors of the future. We cannot achieve this alone. It's collective. This is not a one-man show. We have to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Yara. And so, Dina, you operate in a completely different sector. You're in video games, but you're also taking something that existed, that's rooted in Malagasy culture in your case, and asking what can we do with it that's completely new. So tell us about your work.
Well, so thank you. I'm Jean. I'm a video game developer, and my journey didn't start in a tech hub. It started in my bedroom and in a garage in Antananarivo. In Madagascar, we build games between water and power cuts. But we have something stronger than electricity, our culture, our stories, and our resilience. And so we built our game, Kalanur. So that game, talent was not enough. So we needed an ecosystem. And for us, the catalyst was the project Unj. With the booster program, they gave us the structure to become a professional video game. And it is vital because the gaming industry is worth $200 billion. A lot of money. But Africa is not almost visible on this map. It's not that we lack stories. It's not that we lack talents. We lack a bridge to the world. We lack investors in the infrastructure to build them. For us, that bridge was made with a publisher, a French publisher, New Tales. So this France-Madagascar alliance, it's a proof that together we can achieve great things. And thanks to this partnership, now our game will be launching on PlayStation 5, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, PC. A demo is also already available on Steam. You can wishlist. And so we want to prove that the Made in Africa is a world class. So, to the investors, to the leaders here today, I tell you, the audience is ready. Our youth wants to see the culture in the games they play, but the world too. They want to discover our stories. So Africa Forward should means we should own our own narrative. But we need production ecosystem. So let's make that together, let's build it together so we can turn our stories into global reality. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you to the three of you. It's very inspiring, and you're seeing Creation Africa in motion. Thank you all. Yes, clap for them. Our next speaker, I am very excited to welcome on stage Mr. Maxime Saada, the CEO of Canal+, the man who has made the single largest investment in the African audiovisual ecosystem when Canal+ acquired MultiChoice last year. Let's listen to him.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Mr. President, for putting culture at the center of this summit. We appreciate it. Canal+ has big ambitions, two really big ambitions with Africa at their heart. The first ambition is to become the only non-American global media company in the world. We're almost there with 42 million subscribers. 25 million of those subscribers are now in Africa with the acquisition of MultiChoice that you kindly mentioned. And of course, sub-Saharan Africa counts today 1.2 billion people, expected to grow to 2 billion by 2050. And with this growth, I expect Africa to become a dominant force in the cultural industry in the world. And Canal+ will play its part to make that happen. Next step for us is to list Canal+ in Johannesburg on June 3rd. It will be the first French company to be listed in Africa. We're very proud of that. Thank you. Our second ambition, we're even prouder, more excited about, is really to tell African stories. African stories, but from an African perspective, and to make them travel around the world. Not the American way. We love American content, but I don't know about you, but I've never been to Wakanda. We really wanted to do the African way, and like Shaka Ilembe was the greatest, most successful story series of MultiChoice because it told the story from an African perspective. And why hasn't this happened yet? Why haven't we seen great African movies or series travel around the world? I believe there are really three reasons. One, talent. Trained talent. There's a lot of talent here in Africa, but it needs to be trained. And Canal+, with Canal+ University and the help of the French government, the AFD, we are training thousands and thousands of people to all the career paths, creating jobs and all the career paths of the media industry. And we will double down on this investment. We will train 7,000 people every year to how to write a script, how to direct a movie, all the careers that we need behind and in front of the camera, acting of course, which is very popular. The second thing that we need in Africa is financial resources. We need for series and movies to travel, we need them to have world-class production standards. I mentioned Shaka Ilembe, which is the greatest success of MultiChoice. It's also the most expensive series ever. So in the end, we need the financial resources. Spinners, which was also a very big production, was the first series, African series, to be selected at the Cannes Series Festival. And we will now invest in making these African stories more ambitious. We have announced Americana, based on the Nigerian bestseller. We have announced, yes, this would be our most ambitious project. And I can see fans here. And we have announced The Road Home, about the Graceland album and how music played a big role to fight apartheid at the time. And this would be also very ambitious. Thank you very much. And I have said I would be short.
Yes,
I just want to
Maxime,
conclude
I
and say
think
this is the time.
You have a call for the room. That's very important.
The only element that we have to fight is piracy. This is really the one element that governments need to help the ecosystem nurture. We need to be able to foster investors in the economy, and for that we need to fight piracy, and this is where we really, really need the support of government. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Maxime. Thank you very much. Very inspiring and a great call to action for the room. And now we're going to hear from the actual filmmakers who make up this ecosystem. I welcome on stage two big figures of the African film and TV industry, Abderrahmane Sissako and Calista Si. Please join me on stage. Welcome, Abderrahmane and Calista. Please come here. Please join me here. Don't hide yourself. So we're going to switch to French for this one. I hope you have your translations on. Abderrahmane et Calista, vous êtes tous les deux des raconteurs d'histoire, mais vous représentez deux sections complètement différentes du cinéma et de la télé africain, et même deux époques complètement différentes. Abderrahmane, vous êtes un vétéran du cinéma, vos films ont été à Cannes, aux Oscars, au César. Calista, vous avez eu un énorme succès avec Maîtresse d'un homme marié sur YouTube. Donc deux complètement visions différentes. Abderrahmane, je vais commencer avec vous. Vous avez fait votre premier film en 91, ça vous donne donc 35 ans de carrière. Quel est votre regard sur la place du cinéma africain aujourd'hui?
C'est lorsqu'on rencontre une fille comme Calista qui fait une série extraordinaire et qui veut dire tout simplement qu'aujourd'hui l'Afrique se raconte elle-même et se regarde elle-même. Il y a 30 ans, nous regardions des séries turques, mexicains, brésiliens. Aujourd'hui, c'est pas le cas. Et donc, j'ai un espoir très très fort sur l'avenir du cinéma africain, avec quand même une sorte de petit regret, parce que nos pays ne se sont pas engagés pour véritablement former des jeunes. C'est un problème. Et sans formation, sans éducation, on ne peut pas créer une industrie culturelle cinématographique. Ce n'est pas possible. Donc une industrie a besoin pas seulement d'argent, mais d'hommes et de femmes, de jeunes filles qu'on doit former. Et cette formation doit avoir lieu en Afrique, sur place.
Très bien, on va en reparler un petit peu après. Et Calista, c'est donc malgré peut-être quand même des améliorations qu'on a vues, c'est encore difficile aujourd'hui vraiment pour les gens d'accéder aux films africains, sauf si vous trouvez vos propres chemins de distribution vous-même, et c'est exactement ce que vous avez fait. Racontez-nous un peu.
Ce qu'on a fait, nous, c'est d'utiliser notre téléphone pour en faire notre salle de cinéma. On est arrivé à une époque où l'Africain avait besoin de se raconter. Le storytelling, c'est notre pouvoir aujourd'hui, et c'est ce qu'on utilise pour raconter nos histoires. Des histoires modernes, des histoires hybrides, des histoires qui parlent à tout le monde. Maîtresse d'un homme marié est tirée un peu de Desperate Housewives, qui est venu d'ailleurs. Quand j'ai regardé le continent africain, surtout l'Afrique francophone, il n'y avait pas d'histoire qui pouvait permettre aux femmes d'avoir une voix, une identité, et c'est ce qu'on a eu à faire. Hier, je suis arrivée à Nairobi, j'ai été invitée quelque part et j'ai été choquée, surprise de voir qu'aujourd'hui, des gens qui vivent ici ont regardé Maîtresse d'un homme marié, qui a été une série tournée principalement en Wolof et en français. Donc, ce qui nous a permis aujourd'hui de démocratiser l'audience et de nous permettre aujourd'hui de toucher des milliers et des millions de personnes à travers un storytelling. Aujourd'hui, j'en prends ce que disait le président Macron, on est aujourd'hui des Africains modernes, panafricains et positifs. Et c'est ce qu'on fait avec nos storytelling.
Sans aucun doute. Et donc, justement, tous les deux, avec vos films et vos séries, vous résistez à des images de l'Afrique qui peuvent être encore inexactes ou vraiment anciennes. Et vous proposez de nouveaux récits. Alors, qu'est-ce que vous faites de cette responsabilité qui est importante quand même, Abderrahmane?
Il faut, vous savez, l'Afrique a peu été racontée par elle-même. C'est clair, on a souvent parlé de l'Afrique, elle a très peu parlé d'elle-même. Et donc si aujourd'hui on prend la parole parce qu'aussi il y a une démocratisation quelque part de l'outil cinéma, donc on ne peut que se raconter. Et c'est ce qu'on voit dans les séries et dans le cinéma. Moi je suis d'une ancienne génération et qui a été formée à l'étranger, en France, en Russie, etc. Tous les grands cinéastes africains ont été formés à l'étranger. Aujourd'hui, et on a créé des films. On a créé des films aussi avec le soutien, il faut le dire, pour moi personnellement et pour beaucoup, par la France. 1700 films africains ont été produits en France. C'est important, parce qu'il n'était pas possible de les produire chez nous en Afrique. Cela change aujourd'hui. On peut produire en Afrique, on se raconte en Afrique et on montre en Afrique.
Notre responsabilité à nous, c'est de participer au développement de l'Afrique. Quand je démarrais maîtresse d'un homme marié, la garde-robe des femmes africaines venait essentiellement de l'extérieur. Aujourd'hui, 70 à 80% de la garde-robe des femmes africaines viennent de l'Afrique. On porte nos vêtements, on a nos accessoires et on porte nos bijoux. Et ça, on le doit à nos serrés. Il faut qu'on puisse continuer à se raconter parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est le parti pris qu'on a pour faire avancer cette Afrique. Je ne peux pas raconter quelque chose de négatif parce que ce n'est pas dans mon quotidien. Dans mon quotidien, il y a des hommes et des femmes qui aujourd'hui ont le monde avec eux et vivent avec ça. Je dis que je raconte des histoires d'Africains hybrides. Je suis sénégalaise, quelque part française, et quand je me raconte comme le monde m'a créé. Je ne peux pas me raconter comme une Sénégalaise en oubliant les autres parties de moi qui me font. Si on conduit une voiture française, qu'on voyage en avion, quand on rentre chez nous, on va manger du tchèp et de l'attiéké, et c'est ça qui fait l'Africain d'aujourd'hui.
Super. Donc, vous êtes tous les deux super optimistes et ça fait très plaisir à entendre. Mais il y a encore un fossé entre ces histoires qui s'écrivent et qui veulent être diffusées et vraiment encore ce qui se passe. Là, devant vous, vous avez un parterre de gens extrêmement influents. Quel est votre message pour la salle? Abderrahmane, vous avez parlé de votre académie, vous l'avez teasé, dites-nous en plus.
Alors, d'abord, on est optimiste parce qu'il y a une Afrique qui bouge, il y a une Afrique qui change. C'est une réalité. Nous le vivons au quotidien. Nous savons aujourd'hui que les banques africaines, les grandes institutions, se sont ouvertes au financement de l'industrie culturelle. C'est nouveau, ça n'a pas existé. Et ce ne sont pas des artistes, mais ce sont des Africains engagés pour l'Afrique. Et quand il y a des Africains qui sont engagés pour le continent et qui ont de l'argent, les productions deviennent vraiment quelque chose de possible. Aujourd'hui, parce que j'appartiens à une génération ancienne et je sais combien la formation professionnelle est importante. Et c'est pourquoi je me suis engagé, aujourd'hui c'est mon combat, et bien sûr avec d'autres gens, de créer cette école de cinéma et studio de cinéma dans un pays magnifique qui est la Côte d'Ivoire. L'Afrique de l'Ouest est très important aussi. Parler de ce projet ici au Kenya qui nous accueille, je pense que ça montre l'initiative quand même de ce sommet, qui est un sommet historique, que l'Afrique, qu'on vienne en Afrique pour parler, pour échanger. Et donc, cette dynamique, elle est extrêmement importante parce que la Côte d'Ivoire, où s'ouvre les 10 dernières années, il y a une dynamique dans les productions de films et de séries et en Côte d'Ivoire. Donc pour moi, c'est très important.
C'est important, en effet. Calista, vous, quel est votre appel à la salle?
Je suis ici devant vous, je suis un pur produit du digital. Sans le digital, il n'y aurait jamais eu le storytelling de Calista qui a fait en sorte que les femmes en Afrique aujourd'hui puissent se voir. Le plaidoyer aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on fasse en sorte que ce digital-là soit un levier de puissance économique. Parce que le taux de bancarisation aujourd'hui en Afrique est assez limité, mais les gens ont un wallet et avec ce wallet-là, ils peuvent acheter du contenu. Comment on fait pour que ces infrastructures-là soient utilisées par le grand public pour pouvoir acheter nos contenus, nous donner de la force et faire en sorte que notre storytelling aujourd'hui puisse compter, parce que le monde aujourd'hui se voit, l'Afrique a besoin d'être vue et d'être entendue, et c'est notre génération qui porte ça. Merci.
Merci à vous deux. Thank you so much energy. Even from the old guard, Abderrahmane. Thank you so much, and Calista, sorry. So now, we're going to talk about something very important. And I must warn you, the panel that follows will also be in French, so please grab your headset if you haven't. We've spent the past half hour or so talk about African creativity, the stories being told, the industries being built, and the investment that they need. But there's an important question that is running underneath all of this. What happens when the objects, the symbols, the foundational element of a culture have been absent for centuries, right? What does it do to a creative ecosystem when its heritage is housed somewhere else? So, in 9 years ago now, President Macron, you stood in Ouagadougou and you made a promise. Last week, France passed a framework law on restitution, on cultural restitution, and it's a law that has been fought for, debated, waited for, and in many ways, it's a law that defines this moment in the Africa-France relationship. Restitution is now a fact. So here we're going to ask the next question. Now that it's happening, what does it change concretely on the ground and what still remains to change? So I'm going to call on stage 4 people who have each lived this question differently. First of all, Mrs. Françoise Remarque, you've overseen the return of the famous drum DJ Ayokwe, you can come and join me, to Côte d'Ivoire as Minister of Culture and Francophonie. Please welcome the Minister. Can go here. Marie-Cécile Zinsou, you've spent 20 years building the case for restitution from the ground up, and you were in Benin. Come join me here. When the objects came home. Mr. Suleiman Bashir Diagne, you're one of the world's most formal philosophical voices on this question, and one that is the most challenging because you refuse easy questions. And last but not least, the man who has been the driving force behind this question and this law, Mr. President Macron. Let's squeeze in a little bit so we can all fit. Let's squeeze in a little bit. Come close so everybody can see us. All right, very good. So I'm now going to switch to French, people, because we all have very proficient French speaker here. Madame la ministre, je vais commencer par vous. Donc, la France a restitué en février dernier, en février 2006, le tambour parleur DJ Ayokwe. Donc, ma question, elle est très concrète. Qu'est-ce qui se passe sur le terrain une fois que l'objet est arrivé? Donc, pas sur le plan diplomatique, mais vraiment concrètement.
Effectivement, le tambour parleur DJ Ayokwe est arrivé sur ces terres le 13 mars 2026, 110 ans après avoir été arraché. Et en réalité, ce processus qui est dû bien sûr à cet appel que le président Macron a fait en 2017 a mis 6 ans, 9 ans pour voir son aboutissement avec l'arrivée sur ces terres ivoiriennes. Mais en réalité, la question beaucoup plus large, c'est la question de la transmission, c'est la question de notre patrimoine, c'est la question de la relation avec notre patrimoine. Parce que 110 ans après, les jeunes, les Ivoiriens, la communauté Atchian qui l'attendait, qu'il avait réclamé depuis 1958, n'ont plus rien à voir avec ce qui s'est passé 110 ans après. Et la vraie question, c'est de se dire, lorsqu'il arrive sur le terrain, lorsque notre patrimoine, notre identité, notre histoire, comment est-ce qu'elle est accueillie 110 ans après? Comment est-ce qu'elle est transmise? Comment notre histoire se transmet auprès de nos jeunes? Comment est-ce qu'aujourd'hui se pose la question et finalement, parce que c'est tout l'intérêt du débat sur ces retours, cette restitution totalement indispensable, parce que c'est bien en représenter et continue de représenter une partie de notre histoire, comment nos jeunes, comment la société civile, comment les pays, comment le président de la République, le président Alassane Ouattara et le président Macron en ont parlé, pourquoi est-ce qu'on a décidé de le faire venir. Et en réalité, le travail ne s'est pas arrêté, puisque la Côte d'Ivoire a toujours mis la culture, comme vous le savez, en avril 2011, on sortait d'une grande crise, et le président de la République a considéré que la culture devait être au centre de sa politique, et notamment de développement, avec une politique sur la culture, la loi sur la politique culturelle nationale, mais surtout une loi sur la politique de sauvegarde de notre patrimoine, qui met en avant aussi nos trésors humains vivants. Je sais qu'en France, je sais qu'au Kenya, les trésors humains vivants existent, ce sont des personnes qui ont une connaissance de nos savoirs immatériels, mais en Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons été plus loin, puisqu'aujourd'hui, ces trésors humains vivants ont un statut par un décret présidentiel, ils sont reconnus par l'État, ils doivent simplement donc être payés par l'État. La seule condition, c'est de transmettre à de jeunes apprentis ou à des apprentis, au moins 2 apprentis, ces savoir-faire, afin que l'on continue de perpétuer et de transmettre notre héritage.
Merci beaucoup. Professeur Diane, vous êtes connu pour une position qui surprend, qui va sans doute surprendre la salle ici. Vous soutenez les restitutions, mais vous avez écrit que tout rendre serait lui-même une forme d'identitarisme. Vous parlez de ces objets comme des mutants qui accumulent des sens à travers tout leur voyage. Et donc, je voudrais que vous expliquiez un peu votre position et que vous nous disiez ce que ces restitutions elles sont censées accomplir d'après vous.
Écoutez, je voudrais reprendre un mot de Madame la ministre, aboutissement. Il est heureux que l'initiative qui a été celle du président Macron en 1917, Oula. Je vous vieillis, Monsieur le Président, en 2017, avec le discours de Ouagadougou, ait trouvé son aboutissement avec la loi cadre qui permet de ne plus opposer simplement une fin de non-recevoir à toutes les demandes de restitution. Pendant longtemps, il y a eu des demandes de restitution qui se heurtaient à cette fin de non-recevoir parce que, évidemment, une fois qu'un objet était entré dans le patrimoine, il ne pouvait plus en sortir. Et je voudrais vraiment vous rendre hommage, Monsieur le Président, et vous remercier également pour ce que vous avez fait. À Ouagadougou et l'aboutissement que ceci a trouvé. Cela étant, je reprends également un autre mot de Madame la Ministre, indispensable. Il y a des restitutions qui étaient indispensables. Les restitutions qui précisément permettent à l'Afrique de raconter sa propre histoire. C'est ainsi qu'il y a eu ces restitutions déjà faites, des objets du palais de Béhanzin, du tambour parleur, d'ailleurs rapidement, encore que ça ne soit pas une histoire francophone, la restitution par l'Allemagne de 1000 bronzes du Bénin. Il ne faut pas oublier les bronzes du Bénin. Tous ces objets partagent d'avoir été pillés pendant des expéditions coloniales qui ont été relativement atroces. Et donc, il y avait là une question de justice restaurative et il est heureux que l'initiative qui a commencé à Ouagadougou ait permis à cette justice de s'exercer. Cela dit, et c'est ce qui fait ma position. Il ne faut pas oublier que les objets qui ont été ainsi exilés, disons, arrachés à leur terroir d'origine et amenés en Europe, pas toujours arrachés. L'espace colonial était un espace d'échange. Il y a eu violence coloniale, évidemment, directe ou dissimulée, mais il y a eu également des hommes et des femmes qui ont échangé, qui ont acheté, qui ont vendu, et beaucoup d'objets demandent à être étudiés pour ce qui concerne leur provenance. J'en parle d'autant mieux que je suis le président du conseil d'administration du fonds qui a été mis en place par vous, Monsieur le Président, qui est un fonds pour la recherche sur la provenance des objets et qui a terminé une première phase qui a été un grand succès. Ces objets n'ont pas simplement été inclus de force dans une histoire qui n'était pas la leur, ils ont contribué à écrire cette histoire. Et dire simplement qu'ils ont été au fond des objets otages qui ne peuvent être authentiquement eux-mêmes que s'ils retournent à leur terroir, c'est cela, tomber dans le piège de l'identitarisme, qui consiste à dire que les cultures sont des îlots, des insularités, chacun chez soi, et qu'un objet ne peut exister qu'au sein de sa culture. Ces objets ont appris des langues nouvelles. Ils ont enseigné des langues nouvelles. C'est cela que j'entendais en disant qu'ils ont contribué à écrire l'histoire, simplement l'histoire du XXe siècle artistique. Eh bien, cette histoire qu'ils ont contribué à écrire, cela fait partie d'eux-mêmes. Comment faire en sorte que les objets africains, en particulier, puisque c'est de cela simplement que nous parlons, que ces objets africains, quel que soit le lieu où ils se retrouvent, dans des pays africains, ou que ces pays africains aient décidé, par exemple, cela peut se concevoir, qu'ils voulaient avoir des représentants de leur culture, de leur propre patrimoine, dans des musées universels qui se trouvent dans des villes mondiales. Cela peut se concevoir. Parce que c'est
parler du Louvre, du Met, ce genre
du Louvre, oui, j'ai parlé du Louvre comme d'un musée universel où, en effet, des nation pourrait avoir intérêt à avoir des représentants. Eh bien, ces objets ayant des histoires...
Votre position, parce que vous vous battez pour la restitution depuis 20 ans. Vous étiez là quand elles sont arrivées au Bénin. Qu'est-ce que vous pensez de la position du professeur Diane et pour vous, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire la restitution quand ça fonctionne?
C'est compliqué de parler avec après le professeur Diagne parce qu'il dit des choses tellement merveilleuses et malheureusement je suis effectivement pas du tout d'accord avec lui. Se partager, c'est une idée qui est fabuleuse. L'universalisme des musées, du Louvre, du Metropolitan Museum, c'est fantastique. Je peux continuer, vous donner une immense liste de musées. Ces musées sont tous au nord du monde. Se partager, ça ne peut pas être avoir 100% du patrimoine du sud du monde au nord du monde. Se partager, c'est quand on va pouvoir nous dire qui nous sommes. On parle de cette jeunesse incroyable qu'on écoute aujourd'hui. On parle de nation branding. On parle d'avoir une image de soi, de construire son image en tant qu'Africain jeune et moderne. Il nous faut un ancrage, il nous faut des racines. On ne sait pas encore où on va, il faut savoir d'où l'on vient. La restitution, c'est ça. La restitution, c'est pas juste le retour de 26 objets, même si on est très reconnaissant à la France d'avoir restitué ce premier lot d'objets, mais la restitution, c'est pas ça. La restitution, c'est la réouverture du dialogue. C'est la restitution de la fierté. C'est la restitution de la dignité. C'est très particulier, mais si votre histoire a été effacée par la colonisation, qui êtes-vous aujourd'hui? Ce qui m'a frappé en 2006, quand les objets sont venus en visite nous voir pendant 3 mois pour une exposition, et quand ils sont revenus à votre initiative en 2022, c'est qu'il y a une émotion qui est double. Il y a l'émotion de découvrir un chef-d'œuvre, et puis il y a l'émotion de découvrir qu'on ne savait pas que c'était nos chefs-d'œuvre et qu'on était les héritiers de ces traditions. Donc la restitution, c'est beaucoup plus qu'exposer un objet dans une vitrine. C'est retrouver sa mémoire, retrouver sa fierté, retrouver sa dignité et avoir un regard vers l'avenir. Et c'est ça qui est frappant chez les enfants de 8 ans, 9 ans, 10 ans. L'universalisme, on va y arriver.
Chaque chose en son temps, donc.
L'universalisme, on va y arriver. On va y arriver tous ensemble quand on pourra partager qui nous sommes, quand on saura qui on est et quand on pourra le partager aux autres. Et à ce moment-là, on aura un universalisme égalitaire.
Très bien, merci. Alors, Président Macron, vous avez écouté tout ça très attentivement. Qu'est-ce que ça vous inspire, tous ces points de vue différents sur cette restitution?
Je sais. D'abord, bonjour et rebonjour à toutes et tous.
Alors là, maintenant, il faut vraiment se taire. Si vous voulez parler à votre copain, vous pouvez aller un petit peu plus loin.
Généralement, fait taire le bruit. Mais en vérité, s'il y a des tas de gens qui ont des discussions à avoir, ce que je respecte profondément, je ne vois pas pourquoi ils viennent la faire au milieu de notre réunion. Ok. Écoutez, c'est un long chemin, ce qui s'est fait depuis Ouagadougou. Mais au fond, la démarche correspond à ce qui vient d'être dit par l'ensemble des participants. C'est-à-dire que...
Il y a un retour de micro. Coupe les autres micros.
Et donc, au fond, ce que vient de dire Marie-Cécile est très juste. Ça partait d'un constat très simple. Le patrimoine culturel, ce qui permet d'écrire l'histoire, ce qui permet à la jeunesse africaine de connaître son histoire, ses racines, n'était pas en Afrique. Et donc, partant de là, on voit bien que quelque chose ne pouvait pas fonctionner. Et on ne peut pas dire à une jeunesse, si tu veux savoir d'où tu viens et qui tu es, il faut que tu ailles au bout du monde pour pouvoir le comprendre. Et encore, tout ça est dispersé. Et donc, ce que je m'étais engagé à faire en novembre 2017 à Ouagadougou, c'était en effet de dire on doit enclencher ce travail de restitution parce que beaucoup de ces œuvres doivent revenir dans les pays où elles sont nées et où elles avaient d'ailleurs un caractère qui était souvent sacré religieux, beaucoup plus complexe que celui ensuite qu'on lui a donné. C'est vrai des 26 trésors d'Abomey comme du tambour-parleur ou du sabre. On pourrait parler aussi de ce qui a été fait avec Madagascar. Le travail ensuite a été fait, parce que je veux quand même rendre hommage à tous ceux qui l'ont permis. Vos travaux ont beaucoup inspiré tout cela, professeur. Mais Bénédicte Savoy et Felwine Sarr ont ensuite fait un travail, et c'était un peu ce dialogue justement de deux intellectuels européens, africains. On fait tout ce travail pour dire comment on peut faire ces restitutions, quel en est le cadre. Et c'est là qu'on a posé les bases intellectuelles de ce qui vient d'être parachevé. Et ils ont dit deux idées fortes, c'est un travail formidable que je vous invite à aller lire, mais ils ont dit deux choses très fortes. D'abord, il y a beaucoup d'œuvres qui ont été volées, pillées. Et tous les cas que je viens d'évoquer, et donc là où on a arraché ces œuvres, elles doivent être restituées. Ce qui donne un statut différent à ces œuvres de celles qui ont parfois été achetées, ou qui ont circulé, ou qui ont pu être données. Et je crois que c'est un cadre déjà juste pour commencer. Et la deuxième chose importante qu'ils ont dit, c'est que ça doit enclencher le retour d'un dialogue, et donc il faut qu'il y ait les conditions pour les préserver dans les pays où ils reviennent. Pas question de renvoyer des œuvres dans des pays où il n'y a pas de conservateurs, de curateurs, ou des bonnes conditions pour les recevoir. Et on a enclenché tout ce travail. Je dirais que c'est vrai qu'un des pays qui était sans doute le plus près était le Bénin, pour beaucoup de raisons évoquées, l'expérience de 2006. Et donc ça a été un moment formidable et très émouvant. Il y a eu tout ce travail donc, qui a été fait, qui a été continué à travers les différents pays, jusqu'à ce que vous avez évoqué, Madame la Ministre, pour la Côte d'Ivoire, et ce qui a été rappelé pour le Sénégal. Il y a ensuite M. Martinez qui a fait tout un travail méthodologique pour aller beaucoup plus dans le détail et pour nous permettre de dire, au-delà du cas par cas, on doit bâtir une loi cadre, quelles doivent en être les règles. Et cette loi cadre a été votée il y a quelques jours, elle a été promulguée il y a 2 jours, donc maintenant elle s'applique. Et donc, je voudrais un peu réconcilier les deux positions, même si je ne les crois pas si différentes en vérité. Et ce qui a été dit sur l'universalisme, je pense que c'est tout à fait vrai ce qu'a dit Marie-Cécile. Il ne peut pas y avoir d'universalisme s'il n'y a pas un retour juste, et si ces œuvres qui ont été pillées dans les conditions définies ne reviennent pas, et qu'on ne bâtit pas justement des musées particuliers sur le continent africain, mais beaucoup dans des pays du Sud n'en ont pas eu, qui ont souvent subi ces pillages pour pouvoir, en quelque sorte, réhabiter leur propre histoire, se réapproprier leur propre histoire, et ce faisant d'ailleurs former des conservatrices et des conservateurs, inspirer des artistes, pour pouvoir complètement repartir et se régénérer. Et une des choses sublimes qu'on a vécues d'ailleurs, qui est une illustration de ça, ça a été ce qui a été fait par le Bénin en retour, qui était dans notre saison Africa 2020, quand des artistes béninois sont revenus et en quelque sorte réinventé avec des œuvres contemporaines sur la base des 26 pièces Trésors d'Abomey qui avaient été rendues. Et ça, c'était très beau parce qu'on a vu comment des artistes d'aujourd'hui, formidables, plusieurs sont dans cette salle, pouvaient être inspirés par le patrimoine qu'on leur rendait et créer des œuvres qui, d'ailleurs, racontaient quelque chose à des publics français ou du monde entier qui, parfois, ne connaissaient pas le patrimoine originel. Mais ça nourrit l'art contemporain. Et donc, on rétablit quelque chose d'une circulation, d'un dialogue, d'une compréhension mutuelle. Mais il y a un autre point important, c'est que pour autant, moi, j'ai jamais voulu dire on se débarrasse de tout l'art africain ou de tout l'art du Sud qu'il y a dans les musées du Nord. Parce que je pense que c'est aussi très important de continuer d'avoir dans nos musées des pièces, quand elles ont été parfois offertes, qu'elles ont circulé, qu'elles sont arrivées dans les bonnes conditions, qu'elles s'inscrivent dans un parcours et une démarche de nos musées, et qu'elles dialoguent avec d'autres musées du Sud. Et donc, ce qui va avec l'universalisme, c'est de permettre d'avoir en quelque sorte un universaliste qui se construit dans le Sud par ces musées qu'on est en train de bâtir, ces conservatrices, ces conservateurs, ces artistes, mais aussi à garder des pièces que nous avons lorsqu'elles sont dans un cadre approprié dans les musées français, américains, britanniques ou autres. Et je n'adhère pas totalement à la démarche qui consiste à dire on renvoie tout, comme s'il fallait se débarrasser d'un passé qui était trop compliqué. La condition, c'est qu'on continue d'être aux côtés des pays qui sont en train de construire leur musée, de le développer, de développer leur réseau de conservatrices, de conservateurs qui ont leurs artistes, et que ce dialogue se noue. Parce qu'en effet, il y a une chose à laquelle je tiens et qui a inspiré cette démarche, et qui est, je crois, à la racine de notre dialogue pour ce sommet, c'est que nous avons la conviction d'appartenir à une même aventure et une même démarche. Et c'est de ne pas être renvoyé, en effet, à des identités ou à des passés qu'on ne pourrait jamais digérer. Et ça, c'est, je crois, très important. Alors ça passe par des gestes de rétablissement, de circulation, par des gestes d'hospitalité réciproque, mais ça doit continuer à être inspiré par une vocation universaliste au Bénin, au Kenya, au Nigeria, comme à Paris, à Berlin ou à New York. Et ça, c'est très important à mes yeux, parce que c'est ce qui permet ce dialogue universel et ce qui évite la nouvelle fracture des cultures. En tout cas, moi, j'ai voulu lancer ça en ayant lu et écouté beaucoup d'entre vous, et aussi parce qu'il y avait une jeunesse à Ouaga qui, en fait, quand elle écoutait ce discours, n'y croyait pas du tout. Je vais être honnête avec vous. Disait, d'accord, ok, il est venu nous faire un speech à l'université, c'est très sympa, puis il va repartir chez lui, ça ne se fera jamais. Je dois reconnaître que ça ne s'est pas fait simplement. Et si vous n'aviez pas été là, beaucoup d'entre vous, à vous battre pour qu'on continue d'avancer jusqu'à cette loi votée à l'unanimité, ça ne se serait jamais fait. Parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de résistance. Mais ce que je veux aussi vous dire pour que vous le mesuriez, c'est que cette loi, qui était rejetée par beaucoup il y a 9 ans, Madame la ministre de la Culture est là, elle a porté ce texte dans ses derniers pas, il y a beaucoup de nos parlementaires, je suis très heureux qu'ils sont là, elle a été votée à l'unanimité. Ce qui dit quelque chose aussi quand même du changement des esprits, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a des femmes et des hommes dans nos parlements qui il y a 9 ans disaient « c'est terrible, on ne va pas faire ça ». Ils disaient « c'est de la repentance, c'est les mots à la mode ». Dès qu'on ouvre quelque chose avec les pays africains, on nous dit c'est de la repentance, n'allez pas nous emmerder avec tout ça, c'est le passé, ne revenons pas dessus, débrouillez-vous. Non, tous sont revenus et tout le monde a voté ensemble. Et donc faire cette démarche, ça réconcilie aussi des femmes et des hommes qui ne pensaient pas forcément pareil. Et c'est très important, je veux que vous le mesuriez pour nous en France, parce que, Marie-Cécile en est l'incarnation entière si je puis dire, on a des millions de nos compatriotes qui ont cette histoire-là. Et qui, alors pour certains d'entre eux, ont la chance de pouvoir aller dans les musées, en effet, en France. Mais tout le monde n'a pas la chance de pouvoir aller au musée. Il est formidable, et je vous invite à y aller, au musée du Quai Branly, au Louvre ou ailleurs. Et c'est quand même très important que des jeunes d'Abidjan, de Cotonou, ou d'ailleurs sur le continent, puissent voir les grandes pièces qui ont fait leur histoire, leur patrimoine culturel, leur imaginaire, qui ont nourri d'ailleurs aussi leur religion, bien souvent, et qui retournent dans leur lieu. Mais ils retournent, comme ça a été dit, avec ces décennies passées parmi nous. Et donc je ne sais pas ce qui va se passer maintenant, mais c'est formidable, c'est la création à venir. Et c'est vous qui allez faire vivre tout ça, c'est nous. Et donc on va continuer, c'est juste le début d'une aventure.
Alors, j'avais fermé tous les micros. Avant de vous laisser la parole peut-être un peu plus longuement, tout le monde avait une question pour vous sur ce panel. Ils ont tous une question à vous poser. Marie-Cécile, vous avez encore un micro ou pas? Attendez, je vous redonne votre micro. On a peur du retour, mais... Tenez, allez-y. Marie-Cécile, quelle est votre question spécifique pour Président Macron? Vas-y, il faut le rouvrir.
Monsieur le Président.
Très rapide les questions.
Rapide. Mais... Bon. Pourquoi la restitution? Vous en avez fait une bataille personnelle dès le départ, c'était impossible. Vous l'avez dit, le discours de Ouagadougou en 2017. Au Bénin, on est tous en transe de joie quand on vous entend prononcer ces mots. Et en France, on ne peut pas dire que ça vous ait valu des concerts de louanges. C'était pas électoralement intéressant. C'était pas. Qu'est-ce qui a fait qu'est-ce qui vous a fait prendre conscience de l'importance de ce combat pour la jeunesse? Aujourd'hui, on voit que tout va changer avec cette restitution, mais personne ne pouvait le savoir en 2017. Pourquoi vous l'avez fait?
Alors, on me dit qu'on n'a pas beaucoup de temps pour les questions, donc on va juste prendre celle de Marie. Vous avez du temps? On me dit que vous n'avez pas de temps. Allez-y, posez vos questions rapidement.
Toutes les questions en même temps, parce que je crois qu'elles sont totalement liées. Déjà, je voulais encore une fois vous féliciter pour cette loi cadre. En dépit d'un contexte de repli identitaire, c'est d'autant plus appréciable. Mais justement, ces restitutions font revenir un objet, Mais en réalité, la question, c'est comment faire en sorte que ces restitutions ne rendent pas seulement des objets, mais créent aussi du lien, un dialogue et un regard nouveau entre les jeunesses africaines, voire les jeunesses françaises, les jeunesses africaines, voire européennes.
Rapidement, Monsieur Diane.
Dernière question. Alors, la vidéo qui a suivi votre intervention de tout à l'heure s'intitule Emmanuel Macron de Ouagadougou à Nairobi. Ma question, c'est après Nairobi. Ceci est véritablement historique. Comment voyez-vous la suite quand vous n'y serez plus pour veiller au dialogue et aux possibilités que cette loi cadre ouvre?
Merci beaucoup. J'ai eu la chance, il y a une vingtaine d'années, quand j'étais un jeune haut fonctionnaire, d'aller en stage au Nigeria. Il y a beaucoup de nos frères et amis nigérians qui sont là. Et je me suis passionné pour la culture, l'histoire, pour le vaudou, d'ailleurs, c'était évoqué tout à l'heure. Et je me suis aperçu que c'était très difficile au Nigeria d'avoir un musée ou un lieu pour comprendre cette culture. En bon français, si je puis dire, je me suis dit, il faut aller dans quel musée pour comprendre tout ça, dans quel endroit? Il y avait des gens pour me raconter, il y avait des livres à me donner, souvent d'ailleurs écrits parfois par des intellectuels nigérians, mais ils étaient toujours allés travailler à Londres, aux États-Unis. Puis après on m'a dit, si tu reviens en France, il faut aller, le musée du Quai Branly commencer, il y avait le musée d'Apper, etc. Il y a des formidables collections, tu verras, c'est formidable. Il y avait l'émission de Michel Léry, ils ont ramené des objets. Et à ce moment-là, j'ai quand même conçu la forme d'injustice. Parce que je me suis souvenu de moi, enfant, et la chance que j'avais quand mes parents me disaient, pour expliquer notre histoire, on allait dans le musée de ma ville, à Amiens, on voyait une partie de notre histoire gallo-romaine et autres, puis après, c'était la grande sortie, on pouvait aller au Louvre. Je me suis dit, il y a quand même quelque chose qui on voyait quand même quelque chose encore d'une violence post-coloniale à ce qu'on ne puisse pas avoir accès à ça. Est-ce qu'on dit, tu veux aller voir ces objets, va à 5000 km de chez toi. C'était fou. Et donc, j'ai après lu, écouté beaucoup, je me suis nourri d'ailleurs de beaucoup de vous tous, et quand je le lance en 2017, je ne le fais pas par visée électorale en France, mais parce que ma grande conviction, c'est que l'avenir pour la France, il dépend de beaucoup de facteurs, mais il y en a deux qui sont clés. Qu'on soit pleinement réconcilié avec notre diaspora. Je pense que notre idée profonde, notre jeunesse, beaucoup de nos compatriotes savent très profondément qui nous sommes. Nous sommes nourris par cette identité plurielle. Mais le discours politique le réduit et le refuse. Et donc je pense que cette démarche, elle participe de dévoiler le fait que nous avons une identité plurielle. Et donc je pense que c'est très bon pour la France à moyen terme. La deuxième chose, c'est que je pense qu'on ne peut pas être entendu dans le continent africain pour refonder un partenariat si on continuait sur les anciennes voies, en leur disant « Ouais, on va parler d'avenir ensemble, laisse tomber le passé, le franc CFA, on n'en parle pas, les restitutions d'œuvres d'art, laisse tomber, on les garde, ceci, cela, tout ce qui est mauvais, on ne le rouvre pas. » Ça n'existe pas. Dans un couple, si on ne rediscute pas des choses qui n'ont pas été, il y a peu de chances qu'on construise. Et donc, comme je crois que la capacité de la France et de l'Europe à bâtir avec l'Afrique est déterminante pour notre avenir, je pense que les restitutions, en fait, c'est une grossesse pour la suite. Ce qui me permet pour votre question de revenir, je pense que c'est le début d'un échange. D'abord, il va y avoir beaucoup d'autres restitutions qui vont continuer. Of residence for artists. More than 1,000 artists today work on the African continent. Create. They are French and African artists. And thanks to the Institute, thank you, and the teams of the Institute, with the help of our embassies and sometimes our alliances as well, the Alliance Française, we have this residence d'artistes everywhere in our program, and we will launch additional ones dans la ville du Cap et au Bénin. Merci aussi Marie-Cécile pour ça. So it's an ongoing process of all these residents to have this common creation program. And we had another baby. We were not pregnant because this baby does exist. Mansa. Because in Montpellier we decided to have Mansa. And I would like to speak about now 2 additional babies thanks to Mansa and with Mansa. Cinema and a place for Mansa. because we wanted to do much more for cinema, because cinema is clearly something which is a strong link between the African continent and France. So this is why we decided to launch a series of initiatives. With this, the African Cinematheque, we will expand the current program to enlarge the access of all the portfolio of African cinema to a series of platforms. TV5 Monde, obviously, but to other platforms. So we will expand the access to the cinema and the African Cinematheque, and I want to thank the team, thank all of you, because we will allow much more people to access clearly the catalogue of the African cinema. Together with other partners, Saudi Arabia, Luxembourg, Belgium, we have dozens of partners, and the Centre National de Cinéma, the CNC, we have €1 million program to invest on African cinema and creativity. And we will accompany as well a series of private initiatives like the Tresh one you mentioned right now, Abderrahman, with Ivory Coast. So we will have part of them, Ivory Coast and France, working together, Madame la Ministre, in order to follow up some programs, not just to have Cinematheque, but to train more people for cinema and to expand cinema on the African continent. So Ivory Coast and France together, but in order to expand more largely on the African continent. So we have a series of initiatives for the African continent through la Cinémathèque d'Afrique, this program with CNC, and private initiative as the one mentioned by Abderrahman and just reiterated. And my last announcement today is that in Montpellier we said, okay, we will launch une maison des arts africains et des cultures. It was transformed in Mansa, the house, the place. Mansa started to work, obviously, through Creation Africa and several places. And now we will launch a new phase. We will work hand in hand with the Mairie de Paris and our Ministère de la Culture in order to go and to promote in the most iconic places, le Théâtre de la Ville, Théâtre du Châtelet, Chaillot, Rond-Point de Paris, all the best places, clearly to promote the program of Mansa and to have French and African artists going together and being presented to the French public in the best possible place. But we wanted as well to have a very specific place, a true house, in order to go to create a place where people can gather. And I want to thank our minister, and I want to thank the teams. So, Ministère de la Culture, Ministère des Affaires étrangères, all the teams, they work closely together, and we found a place, Avenue d'Iéna, very close to the Eiffel Tower. It will be a unique place here. You can see where it is. So,
we have a short video.
A place where we were used to have a Franco-German presence, it will now be an African and European presence, and Mansa will establish there. And I want to, obviously, it will be the baby of Liz and her team, and I want to congratulate her because she's a fighter. Like Ngone, her sister, they are fighters. But it would not be possible without all the donors and the big mobilization. And the donors will be coordinated and co-chaired by Mr. Deo from Meridiam and Dr. Rabiou. So it's a Franco-Nigerian team, but a European and African team. And all of you, this is a call for action because we need your help, we need your money in order to make that possible and even bigger. So now Mansa has a place, and this is the beginning of a new phase and a new era. And we will never stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a quick picture with the four of you. The camera is here. Quick picture. Very quickly, please.
Hello, hello. Yeah.
Mr. President, this is such an honor, and it's so exciting. And Africa House is a project that I know all Africans will be looking forward to. And it will be a place, when completed, that we Africans can connect, collaborate and dialogue, and also build partnerships across culture, business, and innovation. So, Mr. President, let me thank you. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, and your love for Africa. Thank you so very much for everything that you've been doing and your commitment in establishing and strengthening the relationship between France and Africa. And I was just thinking while I was sitting before I came up that I've seen President Macron always in Africa, so I think we probably have visited Africa more than other continents. I don't know whether it is the case, and that is a reflection, of your commitment and your love for the continent. And I think it's about time, Mr. President, that we start giving you chieftaincy status in Africa. Chief President Macron. So let me thank you once again, and let me thank Liz.
Thank you.
And her team, for their efforts.
Thank you, everyone.
And on behalf of the African business community, Mr. President, you said it, this is such a huge and pivotal project for us. And we will do everything possible, to support it. And I'm sure the African business community, stands ready, committed, and we will mobilize all the necessary support to ensure its success. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Please, a picture quickly, and stay here, everybody, because we have one last very special guest. Please take the picture. Get together, very, very quick, the picture, because we are going to welcome on stage our special guest, the brilliant Namsebo, who will come and perform everybody's favorite song. And it's going to be very hard for you to stay still. On that one, you're allowed to emote, right? Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Mambo Nairobi. Chi, bonjour. Are you guys ready to dance? Chi. Jerusalem, ikayalami. Hilo noloze uhambe nam. Volume please. Zungangishilana. Jerusalem ikayalami. Hilo noloze uhambe nami. Zungangishilana. Dawo hoyami ayikholana. Mbuso wami awukholana. Hilo noloze zuhambe na. Can we sing together? Hoyami ayikholana. Mbuso wami awukholana. Let's go. Hilo noloze zuhambe nami. I can't hear you. Over there. I can't hear you this side. I can't hear you. Let's go. Over there. Dawo yami ayikholana. Mbuso wami awukholana. Ngilondoloze zuhambe nami. Let's dance, come here. Dawo yami ayikholana. Mbuso wami awukholana. Can you go down? Ngilondoloze zuhambe nami. Let's go. I can't hear you. Let's do this. Let's go down. Jerusalem, Che, go down. Chi. Oh, Hambena. Thank you so much. So Jerusalem, let's go. I can't hear you. Hambena. Chi. So oh, yummy. I call on moves on him. Oh, call on. Check! Go down. No, so thank you so much. Let's sing together. No, let's sing together. Let's go. No, let's go. I can't hear at the back. Let's sing. Let's go. Over there. Zungangishila. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Je vous aime. Thank you, Kenya.